Please take your seat. We will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Nous allons bientôt commencer. Please take your seats. We will begin shortly. Veuillez prendre place. Nous allons bientôt commencer. Veuillez prendre place. Nous allons bientôt commencer. Please take your seats. We will begin shortly.
Hello, New Democrats! To start us off, I've got 3 words for you. 3 words. Welcome to Winnipeg! Welcome to the NDP Convention 2026, right here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. My name is Jolene Dela Cruz. My pronouns are she, her. I call Manitoba home, and I'm the NDP MLA for Radisson right here in our great province. This weekend, I'll be one of your hosts for convention.
Bonjour à tous et toutes. Bienvenue au congrès 2026 du NPD. Je m'appelle Maxime Baudouin. J'utilise le pronom il, lui. Et je suis le candidat actuel dans la circonscription de Terrebonne. Je serai votre autre présentateur pour cette fin de semaine.
Now, this is a bit of an audience participation portion. For anyone who has never been to convention before today, please raise your hands. Amazing. A round of applause for those folks, please. You'll notice my hand was raised. This is my very first time here at convention. And if you have been to convention before, a big, big welcome back. Our last federal NDP convention was in October of 2023. Étiez-vous là, Maxime?
Oui, j'y étais, je l'ai fait depuis longtemps. J'ai hâte de ressentir et d'échanger cette énergie palpable cette fin de semaine. Et cette fin de semaine est d'autant plus spéciale que nous aurons le vote pour la direction et l'annonce de la nouvelle ou du nouveau chef du NPD.
Quelle joie! That's right, Maxime. The deadline to vote in the 2026 federal leadership race is tomorrow, Saturday, March 28th at 6 p.m. CT or 7 p.m. ET. Eligible voters for the leadership race would have received voting credentials by mail and email. You can vote at vote.ndp.ca if you haven't already. Now listen, these leadership contestants have been working so hard over the past few months, so please show your support and show up for them if you're eligible to vote.
Absolument, yes. It's so important to use our power to vote. a vote can be just one, an election can be gained by just one vote. We know that in Terrebonne. Et demain, nous aurons des présentations pour chacune de nos candidates à la direction, afin de nous aider tous et toutes à prendre la décision la plus éclairée. By the end of this weekend, we will have a new leader of the NDP. D'ici la fin de la semaine, nous aurons une nouvelle ou un nouveau chef du NPD. Est-ce que ce sera Rob Ashton, Daniel Johnson, Avi Lewis, Heather McPherson ou Tony McWell? Réponse dimanche matin, restez à l'écoute.
Very exciting news. I know we've all been anticipating the results of this leadership race because every single person in this room is ready to rebuild. On Monday, April 13th, another thing that we get to do as New Democrats is come together to help folks in these 3 core ridings decide to vote New Democrat. Ridings like Terrebonne, Scarborough Southwest, and University Rosedale. Maxime? That guy looks kind of familiar. What do you think?
Eh oui, Jeline, je suis le candidat actuel pour Terrebonne. I'm the NDP candidate running in Terrebonne, a riding really close to my heart. We also have Fatima Shaban running in Scarborough Southwest and Serena Purdy running in University Rosedale. They are both amazing, experienced candidates who are ready to take on the fight ahead.
Et vous? You as well, Maxime. It's so important that we have not only strong candidates on the ground, but candidates who are ready to put in the work across the country to make our party stronger than ever. So thank you for representing us in Terrebonne and standing up for healthcare workers and for fighting to ensure public services stay public. Delegates and friends, once again, Election Day is April 13th, 2026. So no matter where you are in the country, please make sure to show your support to our 3 candidates. Volunteer if you can, and vote if you can. Either way, organize, folks.
Thank you, Jeline. And thank you to everyone here for joining us from all across Canada for this exciting weekend together. We have even some international guests joining us this weekend. Today, we have Esteban Polon, Regional Coordinator for the America's Progressive Alliance. Welcome, Esteban. We're happy to have you today. Merci aussi à tous ceux qui ont travaillé incroyablement fort pour organiser et mettre en place ce congrès. On a beaucoup de choses à faire en fin de semaine. On a plein de choses, des invités extraordinaires et des groupes de discussion captivants.
Before we start our convention, we'd like to take a moment to address the devastating violence that we've witnessed in the Gulf. The NDP strongly condemns the American and Israeli war in Iran. And we do not support the Carney government's decision to blindly support the dangerous ventures of Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump.
In these dark times, we must fight for Canada to be a voice for diplomacy, peace, and international law. Thank you to Alexandre Boulris for your voice as our Deputy Foreign Affairs Critics. As we work together this weekend, let us also take time to reflect on the life lost and commit ourselves to building a path to peace.
We also want to acknowledge 2 members of our party that we recently lost. This is our first federal convention since Ed Broadbent's passing. The impact of his fight for everyday Canadians and workers will resonate through history. It will never be forgotten because it is living within each and every single one of you today. We also want to acknowledge the passing of my colleague, a mama bear to so many, MLA Amanda Laughlin, the late great. New Democrats in Manitoba are heartbroken by this loss, and New Democrats across the country, thank you so much for your support amid this time. Amanda was our first First Nations woman ever elected in Manitoba. She spoke the Cree language with courage and vigor in a space that was not made for people that looked like her. We'll be taking time on Sunday to honor and remember both of them, along with other New Democrats we've lost since the last convention. Now, to start off today's events in a good way, I'd like to acknowledge that Winnipeg is located on Treaty 1 territory. We are speaking to you today from the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, also known as Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples. We recognize that Manitoba is also the traditional homeland of the Anishinaabe, Inuit, and Dene peoples. We also stand on the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nations in Treaty 3 territory, and our electricity is produced in Treaty 5 territory. We acknowledge and respect the treaties that were made on these territories. We acknowledge the colonial violence that took place and dedicate ourselves to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and true collaboration.
We would now like to welcome to the stage Chief Donnie Smoke of Dakota Plains Wahpeton Nation of the Indigenous opening, for the Indigenous opening. Joining him are the Dakota Hotain singer. Dakota Hotain, meaning Voice of the Dakota, is a respected family drum group established in 1982, and rooted in the proud in the proud tradition of the Dakota and Ojibwe people. For more than 4 decades, the group has carried forward the cultural teaching, songs, and story of their ancestor, bringing together 3 generations around the drum. Dakota Hotain has traveled extensively across Canada and the United States and continue to uphold their mission to share the voice, language, and teaching of the Dakota people across generations and across Turtle Island. Please welcome them all to the stage.
Test. Oh, mitaki api. Ta'oyati abedez emaki api do. Naku Chief Don Smoke Washichu maki api do. Dakota Plains wakbete wayate. Achia tawahi. Imatancha. Chantawa sta yuhawahi. Good afternoon, all my relatives. My name is Chief Don Smoke from Dakota Plains, and I come here with a good heart today. Before I get into my opening remarks, we're going to do an opening prayer song. Thank you. Again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chief Don Smoke from Dakota Plains First Nation. I shake all your hands with a good heart. It's truly an honor to be here with you today, representing our people, our community, and the history we carry with us. I also want to acknowledge Chief Michelle Bunn, who couldn't be here today. She's speaking to some youth in Brandon. So, for generations, the Dakota people have lived on and cared for these lands we now call Canada. Our connection to this land runs deep. It lives in our language, our ceremonies, and in the responsibility we carry for the generations to come. But despite that, our people were mischaracterized and labeled as refugees. That label denied who we truly are, our place here, our identity, and the contributions we've made to Canada. For a long time, Dakota people were left out of important conversations. We weren't in the rooms where decisions were being made on this place we call Mother Earth. Our voices weren't being heard when they should have been. Today, that starts to change. Today, we are here not just to be seen, but to be heard. We acknowledge the recent apology from Canada. It means something. It means more than just words. It opens a door to move forward, to rebuild trust, and to begin meaningful nation-to-nation relationships. Reconciliation has to be more than just a concept. It must be acted on, and it must include us. And it must create real space for our voices. As Murray Sinclair once said, reconciliation is about establishing a relationship based on mutual respect. We also want to recognize the new Democratic Party for creating this space and inviting us as Dakota people here today. That invitation really, really matters. And in return, we extend an invitation of our own. Please come to our communities. Please come and visit us. Please come and break bread. Even better, come and break bannock with us. Come, listen, and learn, and let's build real relationships grounded in mutual respect. Pirama Edo, thank you very much. Now, my relatives, Dakota Hotain, joined by Premier Kinew, are going to sing a song, and this song was composed for Premier Kinew himself. It talks about Itancha, it talks about a leader, and what the responsibility is there, and it's to honor Premier Kinew. So, take it away. Thank you.
Dakota Hotein Singers. Thank you so much, Chief Smoke, the Dakota Hotein. Also acknowledging Chief Trishelle Bunn, who is meant to be here today, but of course she's spending time with youth. Just to spend an opportunity here lifting up the great Chief Trishelle Bunn. Trishelle Bunn is the youngest woman ever elected chief in Manitoba. The work that she is doing right now is powerful. She's spoken at the UN. She's advocated for Indigenous rights here at home internationally. And she's just getting started. So I just wanted to take that moment to lift her up because she deserves her flowers. And as a young woman today, and I said this yesterday because, you know, it's true, democracy is literally our middle name in this party. It's literally our middle name. And so there's no better party to guide us through what we are experiencing as a country than New Democrats across this country. So as a young woman, I am proud to say that I am a democratic socialist. Because I believe that we should be able to afford life. Because I believe that we deserve safe work. Because I believe that every single person, no matter what your walk of life brings you from, deserves good access to public health care. And I'm proud of those values because they make us Canadian. And I am so proud to be part of the NDP at this moment because of people like the individual I'm about to introduce. Wab Kinew. Wab Kinew was elected the MLA for Fort Rouge in 2016 and became the leader of the Manitoba NDP and leader of the official opposition in 2017. In 2023, little old Manitoba did what little old Manitoba didn't see coming. We swore in Manitoba's 25th Premier and Canada's first First Nations Premier ever. Wab is a prominent voice for reconciliation. He uses his platform to educate on Indigenous issues and advocate for social change. What he wants for his family is what he wants for every single family in Canada. All while being a caring dad to 3 boys and a devoted husband to his wife, Dr. Lisa Monkman. And I'm very proud and honored to be a member of his government. Now, he said something recently, maybe with a chicken drumstick in his hand, that may have ruffled some feathers with Dr. Monkman, maybe. And that's, if it were up to him, we'd all eat protein. And so to welcome him up onto the stage, please join me in welcoming Wab Kinew, Premier of Manitoba.
Merci beaucoup, Jillian. Une autre fois pour Jillian Delacruz, députée de Radisson. En tant que le Premier ministre du Manitoba, je suis très fier de vous accueillir ici dans le Manitoba, la province le plus néo tout partout dans tout le Canada. Earlier today, I wrote a letter to the Prime Minister telling him to take action to stop the war in Iran. We have to stop the war in Iran. It is causing a lot of suffering overseas. It is causing a lot of economic pain to working people here in Canada and across North America. And not a single Canadian should ever be put in harm's way to try and defend Donald Trump's foolish Iranian war. And I'll go a step further, and I'll say no American either. No American child from the blue collar or the middle class should have to die in Iran. Let the Epstein class fight the Epstein war. Well, it's good to see a room full of New Democrats. A strong, full, proud room of federal New Democrats. There's a lot of people out there who want to tell a story about, what is the future of the federal NDP? It's victory. We're in a time where people are asking about how do we defend Canada? How do we make Canada strong? And I'll tell you what, in order for us to have a strong Canada, we need a strong federal NDP. You just think about it. What is the most fundamental Canadian value? What is the thing that separates us from our friends on the other side of the American border? It is universal public health care that every single person in this country can access because of their birthright. And who gave that to Canada? It was the NDP under the leadership of Tommy Douglas, first in Saskatchewan, and then pushing for that right across this great country from coast to coast to coast. And now we're in this era where all the elected leaders are trying to rush to the front of the blue-collar parade and say, we were against globalism. We were always for the blue collar. Well, who was there back in the day when NAFTA was first being brought forward, standing up for the working class? Who was there for the blue collar in the 1980s and 1990s? Who took a principled position when there was an election fought on this issue? It wasn't conservatives and it wasn't liberals. It was Ed Broadbent and the federal NDP. And after Ed, we had Audrey McLaughlin, who broke down that gender barrier. It was the NDP that were the first to have a woman leader in Canada. And who gave us the most Canadian words ever? Love is better than hate. Hope is better than fear. Optimism is better than despair. So let us be loving, hopeful, and optimistic. I love that. That is Canada in a few simple lines. And that was Jack Layton, leader of the NDP. So in order for us to have a strong Canada, we need a strong federal NDP. And so let's make some noise for everyone who's put their name forward in the leadership contest this weekend. You've done a great job so far. And most importantly, coming out of this convention, we are going to emerge united as a strong voice for the average Canadian out there. Et puis, ce travail commence dimanche. Ça continue lundi. Here in Manitoba, we've been able to do a lot of great things with MLAs like Jillian Delacruz, who you met here, with our Deputy Premier, Uzoma Asaguera, as the Minister of Health, Minister Nahanni Fontaine in Families, Adrian Sala in Finance. This week, we brought forward a progressive budget that is not only the most progressive budget in all of Canada, we also had the lowest deficit number anywhere in the country, showing that Manitobans had good reason to vote NDP, because the NDP can deliver for you and we can govern well. And that has to be our goal. And so we've done a lot of things for working people. We've made life more affordable. We've taken action to create jobs. We've also made it easier to join a union and join the middle class by having automatic card check certification at 50% plus one. And under the leadership of our Labour Minister, Malaya Marcelino, we brought anti-scab legislation to Manitoba. A lot of the consultants and political experts we work with are like, it's very important you say replacement workers. This is a ban on replacement workers. But you know what? My mom said scab in the 80s, so it's anti-scab legislation in Manitoba, and we have the strongest anti-scab legislation anywhere in the entire country, including compared to the federal level. And we love healthcare too here in Manitoba. And in order for us to deliver on that universal public healthcare that is the Canadian bedrock value, we need to take care of our healthcare workers. And so we've been negotiating fair deals, we've been improving working conditions, making sure that hospitals are safer places to work. This legislative session, we've also introduced bills to end mandatory overtime for nurses and to bring in safe nurse-to-patient ratios. You know, the cost of living is top of mind for everybody. You talk to any working person, they'll tell you how hard it is to make a living these days. And so we've been there every step of the way. Every budget that we've brought in has been about making life more affordable. And this week we announced a bunch of new measures. We're taking action at the grocery store. We've removed the provincial taxes on all food and drinks from the grocery store. We've frozen the price of milk in Manitoba, and we are banning predatory pricing so that big tech companies who are participating in surveillance capitalism cannot charge you a different price than they charge your neighbor down the street. And we also made transit free in Manitoba for all children and youth. It helps parents, paying a lot for bus passes, helps kids, helps students, but it helps the environment too. And we're trying to cultivate a future generation of Manitobans who believe in public transportation. This is the kind of thing you can do when you have an NDP government in power. And you know how we're going to pay for it? Well, we're paying for it in part by asking the top 1% of wealthy Manitobans to contribute their share to make sure that other folks will have an opportunity to get ahead too. And these are things that are popular with New Democrats, but these are things that are popular with any Canadian, any Manitoban. Help with the cost of living, improvements to healthcare, that makes sense for everybody. But here in Manitoba, we've also been able to do things to help the progressive heart sing. When we were coming into government, our opposition, the government of the day, made a very racist attack, campaigning against searching the landfill for Indigenous women here in Manitoba. But I want to give credit to the good people of Manitoba who saw right through the wedge politics and the dog whistle, and they rejected that, and they said, no, we are one province, and when people go missing here in Manitoba, we go looking. And so we searched the landfill, and we brought Mercedes Myron and Morgan Harris home. And now Morgan Harris's daughter and Mercedes Myron's sister work with us in government. This is how you create new generations of New Democrats. You help people where they are, as they are. You do the right thing, knowing that sometimes doing the right thing means you have to take a position that's worth losing an election for. And when you stick your neck out like that, people step up to work with you. And this is how we are going to make Canada the place we all dream for it to be. A few days after we were elected in 2023, the war in Gaza began. And here in Manitoba, it was a very divisive issue, and we were trying to keep all Manitobans together. And while we were working fiercely at the federal level to try and get the government to take action, we looked here within our own borders and asked, what could we do? We went to the healthcare system, and we talked to physicians, and we said, are there parts of our healthcare system where we have capacity to help? And they said, yeah, there are. And so working with a group of physicians at the Health Sciences Center and the Children's Hospital here in downtown Winnipeg, we brought 3 children here from Gaza to receive life-saving medical attention. And we did this with the knowledge that there'd be media scrutiny and potentially people on socials who are trying to make it controversial. But we had a very mature, straight-up message to the people of Manitoba. We said, this is who we are as a province. No matter who you are, no matter what your background is, somebody in your family tree suffered persecution. And wouldn't you want somebody to stand up at that time to do the right thing? So we today, in this important historic moment, have to stand up and be that voice of conscience, of humanity, and to help how we can. And so those 3 kids are here now. They've received life-changing medical treatment. They're in school, and they have a right to return home when it is safe for them to do so. And so this is why winning matters. It's important to be the conscience of Parliament. I don't want to diminish that. That is very, very important. It's important to be the progressive voice on the national political scene. That's really important too. But here in Manitoba, we are showing you why winning matters. You can have a progressive economy. You can have better health care. You can stand up beyond the borders of a province of 1.5 million people and say, this is who we are as Canadians, and this is what Canada needs to do on the international scene. Take care of the basics for people, look after the cost of living in healthcare, and then you can do the big things in government that you dream of in progressive movements like the one animated by the room that we're in here. So the leadership candidates, my best piece of advice, win. It's way better than the alternative. Here in Manitoba, that is the expectation, right? When I became leader of the Manitoba NDP at a convention like this one, in this very convention center in 2017, I walked off stage left. A guy from Swan River in northwestern Manitoba grabbed my hand and he said, "Wab, every single NDP leader in Manitoba since Ed Schreier 50 years ago has gone on to become premier, and that's what we expect from you." And then he let go of my hand and he walked away. That is the ambition that the federal NDP needs. So I'll be here on Sunday morning, and whoever that lucky person is, I'll be there on stage left. And don't dodge me. You know what I'm going to say. So when we come to moments like this one in the history of our country, people are talking about all the crazy things that Donald Trump says about us. And by the way, we're never going to be the 51st state. We will always be the true north, strong and free. But it's about more than that, too. You know, I get these meme accounts in my feed, and one of them was like, "Jeff Bezos reads Kazuo Ishiguro's Remains of the Day to be motivated about being true to yourself and speaking your mind." And I saw that meme account and I was like, huh? That book is a condemnation of Nazism. These tech bros and the surveillance capitalism that they are peddling is a threat to democracy, it's a threat to workers, it's a threat to our company, and only the federal NDP can stand up against them. Et puis, la prochaine chef de l'NPD, faut parler français. Il y a un mensonge que les souverainistes disent au Québec, que c'est seulement les Québécois et Québécoises qui parlent français dans l'Amérique du Nord. Mais viens ici, aux provinces de Louis-Riel, il y a beaucoup de francophones. Et nous vous accueillons dans l'ouest du Canada. Il y a un espace pour les Québécois et Québécoises ici dans un Canada uni. Et il faut avoir un NPD capable de rejoindre avec le public dans cette province très importante, le Québec. Vive le Canada! So in order for us to have a strong Canada, we need a strong federal NDP. And if we want Canada to win, if we want Canada to really win, we need a federal NDP that can win too. Miigwech, merci, thank you very much.
NDP, 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 NDP. Thank you, Premier Kinew, and hello, New Democrats. My name is Bea Bruske, and I am the proud member of Parliament for Winnipeg Centre. Bonjour, néo-démocrates. Je m'appelle Bea Bruske et je suis la fière députée de Winnipeg Centre. A riding that I have lovingly nicknamed the center of the universe. Because it is. Because we are the home of the Winnipeg strike. We are the home of J.S. Woodsworth. We are the home of OAS, and we are the home of one of the most progressive ridings across the country, where some of the greatest visionaries who built our party called home. And I am proud, I am very proud to say that I am the first woman, the first First Nations woman ever to be elected as a member of Parliament in Winnipeg Centre. Because we have a history of trailblazing, and it's with these roots that I proudly represent the riding of Winnipeg Centre, and I want to welcome all delegates to a place that I proudly call my home. It's a place that I love, and I wish you a wonderful time as we join together to elect a new leader for our party. A leader that will, as New Democrats, we will all stand behind in solidarity as we move forward. Now, it's true, our party has had struggles, but I'm actually coming to this convention with great hope that we are at a moment where we can rebuild our party to ensure that Canada has a strong, progressive voice. Our voice, as the Premier mentioned, is needed more than ever. We need to elect New Democrats more than ever. And what better place to do it but Winnipeg Centre, the center of the universe? Because let's not forget, delegates, we are the home of the Winnipeg strike. And now more than ever, we need to remember the roots of our party. Our roots with a Liberal government that is violating our Constitution, violating our Charter, and even violating our right to strike. That is why I introduced my bill, Bill C-247, along with our powerful Mighty 6 NDP MPs at the House of Commons, to repeal Section 107 of the Canadian Labour Code to stop the Liberal government from making backroom deals and forcing workers off the picket line. C'est la raison pourquoi j'ai présenté le projet de loi C-247 afin d'abolir l'article 107 du Code canadien du travail pour enfin empêcher les manigances des libéraux qui bloquent la présence de travailleurs et travailleuses des lignes de piquetage. Back to poor pay, back to poor working conditions, back to what we saw with Air Canada flight attendants, forcing them back to unpaid work. So I'm proud to be a New Democrat who is working in solidarity with my colleagues and working in solidarity with unions to take down the Liberals and the Conservatives' attempt to support their corporate buddies. New Democrats will always stand in solidarity with workers and unions and union leaders who are not backing down, never backing down, like Bea Bruske, President of the Canadian Labour Congress. Bea, a proud Manitoban, has a long history of fighting for workers, fighting for human rights. Bea has been unrelenting in lifting up the voices of workers coast to coast, fighting for good-paying unionized jobs. She is a trailblazer. She is thoughtful. And she is able to stand up to power in the most difficult times to fight for the rights of workers. And it is with that, my friends, it is with that, New Democrats, that I am very honored to welcome to the stage the fearless president of the CLC, Bea Bruske. Let's give her a warm Winnipeg welcome.
You know, when we think about what makes Canada different from our neighbours in the US, what are the first things that come to your mind? Universal health care, union rights enshrined in our Constitution, parental leave and childcare, a woman's right to choose. None of these defining features of Canada happened by accident. They happened because working people organized and because our party, the NDP, fought for them. These were things won by workers, by organizers, by New Democrats that believed that ordinary people in this country deserve power, dignity, and respect. And that is exactly why the CLC, along with the CCF, back in 1961, created our party in the first place. We created a party of working people to fight for working people and of working people. The Canada that we love today and the Canada that we in this room are determined to make better is a direct result of decades of struggle by this party and by this movement. My friends, rebuilding Canada and the NDP is not just a political project. It is our patriotic duty. It was the same love of country and community that brought together farmers in the prairies and workers across Canada in 1961 to build a political alternative to the old two-party system. We created the NDP, and together we built universal health care. We built pensions, we built employment insurance, maternity leave, union rights, and so much more. I want to remind us that nobody gave us those things. We fought like hell for them, my friends. In the last Parliament alone, using the very limited leverage that our minority government gave us in the last Parliament, Jagmeet Singh and our NDP MPs delivered a sustainable jobs plan with workers at the decision-making table. They delivered free diabetes medication and free birth control. They delivered a national dental care plan. They delivered anti-scab legislation, a school nutrition program, and a childcare program. And my friends, those wins matter. And they happened because New Democrats fought for them. Because let me tell you, no one else in Parliament was going to fight for them. Working-class Canadians have never needed this party more than we need it today. You know, there's no sugarcoating it. Working-class Canadians are facing major headwinds, and that is exactly why we need the federal NDP back on its feet, fighting for what matters right now. You know, in the first 2 months of this year alone, we lost over 109,000 full-time jobs in this country, the highest single loss since 2009. Our unemployment rate persistently sits around 7%, and it's much worse in places that are directly hit by Trump's trade war. And it's even worse for young workers. And it is not going to get better, as Trump's wars raise the cost of living and trigger a global economic crisis. And at the same time, we know that food bank usage is at an all-time high. Nearly 2.2 million individuals had to use a food bank in a single month last year. A fifth of those food bank clients are working people who work every single day, but their pay does not stretch to put food on their very tables. And in the meantime, we have the top 100 CEOs of this country, making about 250 times what the average worker makes all year long. That is the story of Canada right now. We have workers producing the wealth, but workers are not getting their fair share. Everywhere I go across this country, workers tell me the exact same thing. Rent is crushing them. Groceries are too expensive. Gas prices are too high. Public services are stretched to the breaking point, and their jobs feel extremely precarious. You know, right now in this country somewhere, there's a single mom working 2 different jobs, trying to pay the rent and still put food on her table. There's a middle-aged union worker who built a decent life in a one-industry town that's now watching the news day in and day out to find out what's going to become of his industry and of his job. There's a young couple doing absolutely everything right, but still completely unable to imagine ever owning their own home. There's a gig worker being squeezed by an algorithm, underpaid, disrespected, and told just keep hustling harder because the boss needs to get richer. He has no job security, no benefits, and a tattered social safety net that isn't going to catch him when he falls. There's a young person with crushing student debt, unable to find a job in their field, never mind trying to have an independent life outside of their parental home. And there's a child somewhere in this country stuck on a waiting list for disability supports that are desperately needed to allow them to grow and thrive in their community. Those are the people in our communities across Canada, folks. Those are the people who need this party. Those are the people who are depending on us to get it right. And that is why this convention matters. Now, let's also be honest about something else. Our last election was a wake-up call. In far too many working-class communities, the Conservatives made gains where we failed. We failed, my friends. In riding after riding, including union towns and industrial communities and places with deep labour roots. Workers who should hear themselves reflected in our message heard something else, something that was more meaningful to them, from Pierre Poilievre. It was a simple message. He promised them a more powerful paycheck, more control of their lives, a feeling that somebody understood their fear about the future for themselves and their children, and the resulting anger of having done absolutely everything right, but still feeling incredibly vulnerable. They felt that someone was speaking to them in a meaningful way that wasn't dismissive of their kitchen table reality. It was false, it was cynical, but it was really direct, and it worked. So our rebuild has to begin by taking that seriously. Not by panicking, not imitating the right, and certainly not by talking down to working people. We need to meet people where they are at. We need to address their immediate economic concerns with urgency, clarity, and a righteous anger about what's wrong. That has to be our priority number one. We need leadership that can speak with hope for what can be better and offer an actual roadmap to pave the way to getting there. And you know, my friends, we cannot accomplish any of the really important things that we are going to be debating at this convention this weekend if we don't get those basic facts right. So I want to challenge each and every one of us in this room. When we leave here on Sunday, what are you personally willing to do to help tangibly rebuild our party? Listen, we can argue amongst ourselves all that we want. But if we only do that, we are abdicating our responsibility to the very people who need us. Are we prepared to leave the social media debating club and actually talk to people about our shared values as progressives in this country? Are we prepared to be on the ballot and to put in the hours and to do the work that show workers that we have their back across this country? Folks, this rebuild is bigger than any one of us, bigger than any one of the leadership candidates who are going to lead us forward. It's going to require every single one of us to bring our best selves and to have steely resolve and to focus on the work ahead. Our values and determination can move mountains if we stick together. Because I want us to remember this. The one thing that Pierre Poilievre is never going to admit. It's the New Democratic Party that is the party of raising wages, protecting workers, and fighting for better outcomes for families and communities across this country. Folks, we have the record. When Rachel Notley was Premier of Alberta, workers there had the highest minimum wage in the country. Today, after 6 years of a Conservative government, they have the lowest minimum wage, with no increase in 6 years. That is the NDP difference, treating people with respect and dignity. Listen, we know that a union card in your back pocket is a ticket to a more powerful paycheck. to more respect and dignity, to better health and safety. The union advantage is significantly higher wages and job stability. In British Columbia, the NDP government brought back single-step card check certification, making it easier for workers to organize and less employer intimidation. And my friends, what has followed is a wave of unionization, including, for the first time ever, Amazon workers in Delta and Uber drivers in Victoria. That is the NDP difference. And right here in Manitoba, you just listened to my awesome Premier Wab Kinew. But in all of the things that he has done, he has also tied major public projects to stronger labour standards and good union jobs in this community. He has made unionization easier in Manitoba, and by doing so, he has created thousands of good-paying infrastructure jobs. He's improved worker safety, and he's made life more affordable for Manitobans. That, my friends, is the NDP difference. So, my friends, let's be clear. It is our party, it is the NDP that is the party of more powerful paychecks. We know when New Democrats govern, workers do better. They live more affordable lives, they have more rights, more respect, more dignity, and our communities thrive. That is our story, that is our purpose. We should say it proudly, and we should say it absolutely everywhere we go. And I want to remind us that right now in this great country of ours, there are nearly 200 elected New Democrats that are fighting day in and day out to serve working families. They are serving in government in BC and in Manitoba. They are entering the next elections in Nova Scotia, Ontario, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Yukon, as the governing alternative, folks. And let me ask you this. Wouldn't it be good, and wouldn't it be right, to finally put an end to Danielle Smith's anti-worker, anti-Canada politics of division? Look, my friends, the rebuild of our federal party has already begun, and all of you are central to it. And I really want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank our leadership candidates who stepped forward in this race. They have brought new energy, ideas, conviction, and a renewed sense of purpose for this moment. That makes us all proud. Like, let's give them a hand, because they have stood up for us and have brought their ideas to the table. You know, and tomorrow, on Sunday, when a new leader is chosen, we are moving forward together, not as factions, not as camps, but as one party, one movement, one fighting force for the working people in this country. I want to be blunt with you. It's solidarity or bust. This is no different than going to the bargaining table for my Labour family. If we are divided, we fail. If we are united, we win. And you know, we know that our enemies want us divided. They want us to be cynical. They want us to be fighting ourselves instead of them. And they love it when we lose confidence in ourselves. But they do not understand the deepest truths of this movement. It's solidarity forever. You know, just a few blocks away from this convention hall, as we heard from Leah, 30,000 workers in 1919 walked off the jobs against economic despair, high inflation, and low wages. They faced repression, arrest, violence, and bloodshed. But what held them together was understanding that an injury to one is an injury to all, so it's solidarity forever. And in 1981, postal workers in this country, they stayed out in the cold to win paid maternity leave, not just for themselves, but for every single worker in this country. They didn't flinch, they didn't give up, it's solidarity forever. And just last summer, when Air Canada flight attendants were ordered to break their strike and to give up on their demands for fair pay and respect, you know what they said? Hell no. At the risk of fines, imprisonment, they defied the government's order because they knew that they had all of Canada and every single union standing behind them. It's solidarity forever, my friends. That is what solidarity does. It turns private pain into public power, and it turns anger into action. It turns isolated workers into a movement that can change a country, and that is exactly what we have to do again. Because this country needs a tough NDP, an NDP that's rooted in our communities, an NDP that is never distracted from fighting for the working class, an NDP that's not afraid to name corporate greed, and an NDP that is ready to contest for power and get results for working people. My friends, that is our demand. That is our calling in this room. And if we do it together, if we rebuild with discipline, courage, and solidarity, then this party will not just recover. We will rise. We will win. And we will make Canada a better country for working people and for everyone who built it. Solidarity, my friends, and now let's go kick some ass for the working class.
Hello, friends. My name is Adrienne Smith. My pronouns are they, them, et puis elle. I will thank you not to call me Madam Chair or Madame la Présidence. Je suis ici avec notre amie Sylvia Sioufi.
Bonjour tout le monde. Comment ça va cet après-midi? On est prêt? Oui. Alors, mon nom est Sylvia Sioufi. Ça me fait plaisir de co-présider ce congrès avec Adrienne cette fin de semaine. Mes pronoms sont elle et she, her en anglais. Et j'aimerais vous présenter aussi Justin Schmidt, qui va nous aider à tous comme parlementaires. Je suis certaine qu'on n'aura pas besoin de lui, mais au cas où on a besoin de lui, il sera là pour nous appuyer.
Tous nous deux, nous pouvons vous aider en français, mais vous devrez vous patienter avec mon accent affreuse. Nous avons commencé avec notre politique d'harcèlement. We're going to start with our anti-harassment policy. We're following this through the entire convention, and it applies to every person. Every person here. The New Democratic Party of Canada is committed to ensuring that all party activities are conducted in an environment that is free of harassment and discrimination, and that all members treat each other with respect and dignity. Harassment or discrimination includes sexual harassment, and it is an expression of perceived power or superiority by one person over another. Le harcèlement ou la discrimination se produit lorsqu'un commentaire ou une action est connue ou aura dû être connue pour être impromptu ou offensant. Le harcèlement ou la discrimination peut être fondé sur les nombreux motifs, notamment le sexe, la race, l'âge, les convictions politiques, l'ascendance, la couleur, la situation familiale, l'orientation sexuelle, l'handicap physique ou mental, l'appartenance religieuse, le lieu d'origine ou l'identité et l'expression sexuelle. If a person feels they have been subjected to harassment or discrimination, they must report this immediately to the confidential email, which is respect@ndp.ca. And a harassment officer, anti-harassment officer, will follow up directly to provide support. Our anti-harassment officers for this session are Yuxim Wan and Bobby Stewart, qui peuvent vous aider en français. Si une ou plusieurs personnes estiment avoir été victimes de harcèlement ou de discrimination, l'information doit être signalée immédiatement à l'adresse électronique confidentielle qui est respect@ndp.ca. The anti-harassment policy gives us a collective responsibility to make sure that all of our party activities are safe. And what this means is your chairs are going to be quite strict in not allowing remarks on the floor which are derogatory, insulting, or humiliating. This is particularly true for our staff and volunteers who have not just a right to a safe workplace, but one that is hopefully quite pleasant. And I'd invite you to give a round of applause to all the people who have organized this convention for us. And I will ask you to comport yourselves as though you intend to stay in this room for the remainder of the weekend and to build this movement together for the rest of our lives. There is a prayer room, number 14, on the first floor. There is a quiet room. It is the Cecil Richards Suite on the second floor, which is at the top of the escalators. If you leave the plenary room for any reason, you must have your credential with you. This is necessary to move about. If you lose your credential, please return to the registration desk. There is an accessible microphone and people who can help you with that. There is simultaneous French translation. Headsets are available outside of the room. You'll also notice that there is captioning in 2 languages on the screen, which also has the benefit of helping folks who don't have the benefit of being functionally bilingual follow the important things that are happening. I'll signal also this yellow card, which is available at all of the microphones. This is a way for a delegate to signal to the chair that they have a gender identity other than man, and this allows you to exercise priority in the speaking order. We will come to you earlier. I think that's all the things I was supposed to announce. We're going to now introduce the chairs of our Credentials Committee. I'd like to welcome Evan Crosney and Heth Wilson. Do we have a report, or am I just welcoming them? Just hi, go ahead.
Hello everyone, I'm Heather Wilson, co-chair of the Credentials Committee.
Et bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Evan Crosney et je suis votre autre coprésident du comité des créances.
We're very happy to announce that as of today at 12:45 p.m., we had 989 delegates registered, 164 youth, 206 Labour, and a total of 1,274.
Alors aujourd'hui, jusqu'au 12h45, nous avons 989 délégués réguliers, 164 délégués jeunesse, 206 délégués des syndicats, pour un total de 1274 délégués.
I'd entertain a motion to accept the Credentials Committee report. I see a mover. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor, please show with your voting card. Thank you. Down. Opposed? It is carried. We've passed our first bit of business. I now seek a motion to adopt the agenda, which is in your package. Is there a mover and a seconder, please? It's moved and seconded. There's a point of privilege on microphone 2. Friends who are new to a convention, a point of privilege means you personally are struggling to participate in the meeting. Please go ahead, delegate.
Hi, Virginia Burton, she, her, Burlington, and the coordinator of the Ontario Disability Committee. I am talking with regards to the agenda item for the Disability Committee. It's at 7:15 on Saturday night. I don't think that is the right thing to do. Most people with disabilities cannot last that long in the day. Going to the evening, and I know personally myself in my service dog pockets, she will wear out, I will wear out, and my focus isn't there. That's me personally. I've managed to speak to quite a few people here with disabilities, same issue. I just don't believe that it's too late at night.
I hear you, delegate. Thank you. That time was selected at the request of your Disabilities Caucus co-chair, but I appreciate that nobody would like to have an early morning or an evening caucus of any kind. We'd prefer to be here and debate the Constitution. Is there further debate on the agenda? Can I have some lights on the microphones, please? I see a delegate at microphone 4.
Hello. Ezra Bloom, Burnaby North, Seymour. Before we move to adopt the agenda, I would like to ask a point of information or parliamentary inquiry through the chair.
What information do you seek, delegate?
I seek an answer to the question, are there any contractual or logistical barriers that would prohibit this assembly from extending floor time either by meeting early or adjourning later at this convention?
I have been advised that sitting longer than we have planned, particularly into the night, could trigger overtime obligations for the unionized staff in this facility, and that expense could become ruinous.
Perfect. I have a second point of information.
What information do you seek?
Is the plan to read, for the resolution sections, is the plan to read the whereas clauses in addition to the therefores?
Whereases are not debatable. We will not read them. We'll read the resolve section of the resolution and project it on the wall for you in both languages. It's also available in your kit. I would also like to stampede through the resolutions.
Perfect.
Do you have a further point, delegate?
I have a...
microphone 4, please.
Yeah. I have a motion based on that information. So, if I may. Excellent. So this is a motion to ensure the plenary floor remains focused on genuine decision items as recommended by the review and renewal report. And the proposed convention program should be amended as follows. First, any time gained by a scheduled section or ceremony ending earlier than its allotted time shall be used exclusively for resolution debate. Any time waiting for the balloting committee or other reports to return shall be spent on resolutions. The Saturday lunch break shall be reduced to 60 minutes rather than 90 minutes. The 30 minutes currently allotted to referrals on Saturday and Sunday shall be renamed unfinished business and overflow and shall be used to resume debate on any prioritized resolutions, previous blocks that were not reached. And also, when planning for the 2028 convention, the incoming federal council and all relevant committees should be instructed to prepare an agenda that prioritizes the flexibility, the resolutions and decision-making over showcase events. This proposed schedule must include no less than 12 minutes per prioritized resolution and must include a standing unfinished business block at the end of every day so that the work of the party is never again suppressed by the clock.
Is there a seconder for this resolution to amend the agenda? I have that the plenary be extended, that any item that finishes earlier have its time allotted to resolutions, that the Saturday lunch break be reduced from 60 to 90 minutes, that the referrals section on Saturday and Sunday be renamed unfinished business, and that some direction that I'm sure you will clearly point out to federal council in the appropriate moment be given for planning our next convention. Is that correct? Microphone 4, please.
Almost. I was under the impression we can't actually extend the plenary, so the first item was just to use any time gained from any events ending early to use for resolution debate, and the second one is if there's any waiting time, like, for example, for the balloting committee, that be used for resolutions.
Do we understand the motion? Okay. There is an opportunity to debate the motion. I see, if I could have the, possibly the house lights up a bit or a spot on the microphones. Oh, that's perfect. Let's have a round of applause for the people who are working lights for us. I will entertain the delegate on microphone 2. I will also advise the House that we are already significantly behind. Delegate on microphone 2.
Brett Collins, pronouns they, them, theirs, Federal Council for British Columbia. While I thank the delegate for the motion and for the thought that obviously went into the motion, I find of the issues I have with it, the most pressing being the reduction of time for lunch, as this is an accessibility concern. We have many people for whom accessing biological needs is less quick. And so I would greatly counsel our members and delegates not to vote in favor of this motion. And I thank you for your time.
Delegate on microphone 1, please.
Paul Sear, Kitchener-Conestoga. I don't believe this motion is in order because of the last part that wants to direct council to do something in the future. It's kind of a roundabout way of sneaking an internal affairs resolution into a motion on the agenda.
Quite right, Delegate. What would you like me to do about that? Rule the last provision out of order about advice to the council and direct the delegate to raise those issues at federal council?
Yes, please.
I so rule. The amendment before you is to use any found time for resolutions, to extend the Saturday lunch from 60 to 90 minutes, and to rename the referral section Saturday and Sunday to unfinished business. Is that still keeping in the spirit of your amendment, Delegate? Excellent, thumbs up. That was a point of order at microphone 1, which is an opportunity to draw the chair's attention to an error that we have made with your thanks. I will continue debate on the amendment motion to the agenda, starting with microphone 1.
Hi, I have a further amendment to the proposal, and that is I want to move an amendment that we just strike the lunch portion. Don't take away people's food. It's an accessibility issue, as the con person already said. There's 1,000 of us here, and we need to go out into the world and find food and bring it back. So if you're willing to drop that, it's something that I do support in theory, but I think with those 2 amendments, it's something that I'd be able to wholeheartedly support.
This is an amendment to the amendment,
Sorry.
which requires a seconder. It is seconded. I am going to exercise my authority as your chair and call a vote on the amendment to the amendment about removing discussion of an extended lunchtime, which will mean the resolution before you will be to use found time for resolutions and to use the referral block on Saturday and Sunday for unfinished business. The section about shortening lunch will come out if you vote yes now. We're not deciding whether we're making that change to the agenda, but we're changing the proposal so it is no longer about lunch. C'est compris? Those in favor of not talking about changing the lunch break, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? It carries, and that means the resolution doesn't include a provision about lunch, but it says found time will be used for resolutions, and referrals on Saturday and Sunday will be renamed unfinished business. Unless you're on a point. Ooh, a point on microphone 2, and then we'll go to microphone 3.
Hi there, Adam Schmidt, representing BCYND. My point of order is that I'm pretty sure the delegate mentioned as part of their motion that all time spent waiting for the ballot committee to come back would be used to talk about resolutions.
Yes, let's include that when I said found time.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Delegate on microphone 3.
Christy Sloan-Wade, I'm with the IAM Union, and I would encourage us to keep the agenda as written. There are family obligations and childcare that people have for this, and it's important that everyone can attend, and so I encourage to keep it the way that it's written.
Are you ready to end debate on the amendment?
Yes.
Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? We will move directly to the vote on the amendment, which is to use found time for resolutions to rename the referral block on Sunday. Is this a point from the... We have already voted to end debate. Is this a point?
And
A delegate on microphone 4 with a point.
Hi. So sorry. I believe I did not get a chance to motivate on the amendment.
I will give you 1 minute.
apologize. I will be very quick. I would just like to point out the resolutions that will be cut if there is additional time is not found. The renewal initiative delegates, the federal council renewal and candidate rebates, or EDA rebates, sit at the very bottom of the first block. They will be cut. United Steelworkers, your industrial trade and EI motions are buried on this evening, and without coming back from lunch early or finding additional time, they will be cut. UFCW and your workplace safety and international students, priorities 7 and 10, unless we protect every possible minute, they will be cut. And Toronto Danforth and York Centre, the riding rebates and the housing emergency resolution will be cut for time. I understand that it is not desirable to have to change the agenda to accommodate these needs. It is a reality that the agenda as written does not, it leaves 6 minutes per item that has been prioritized of the 70 items, which is not enough time.
Thank you, delegate. We're going to move to the vote on the amendment to amend the agenda. Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Those opposed? The amendment is defeated. I see the delegate on microphone 3 on a point.
Yeah, point of clarification and then a point of information.
What information do you seek?
Did we vote on did we do a motion on the times for the Persons with Disabilities Commission meeting? Because I wanted to have it earlier because I'll be worn out by the time it's stated. And if it is, I can move a motion for that.
We heard a point of privilege about when the Disabilities Caucus would meet. Are you the chair of the Disabilities Caucus at 4?
Pardon?
No? Okay, I am going to entertain this motion from the delegate on microphone 3 to move the time of the Disabilities Caucus. When do you want it to be?
Whenever it can get scheduled, but early before the regular time. I don't have a specific time.
I don't either, and the caucuses have been arranged so that people like me who are members of multiple caucuses can go to them so they're not concurrent. I don't have information for you about when it could fit, which means this motion says that we will try to have it at a different time and let you know.
Sure, but could we still vote on the motion I made and get a seconder?
A seconder to try to move the Disabilities Caucus given the logistics. Is that acceptable? To you, delegate on 3?
Yes.
Okay, and a seconder? Would you like to debate whether or not we will try to move the Disabilities Caucus, or are you ready to end debate?
I'm ready to, sorry.
All right. If you're ready to not debate an effort to try to move the Disabilities Caucus, please show. If you would, thank you, down. If you would prefer to hear from people affected by this motion, let's see. Nope, we're going to move directly to the vote on the delegates' motion to try to move the Disabilities Caucus to a different time. Those in favor, please show. Down, opposed? Thank you. This is also my caucus, and I will let you know if it's possible to move it. That resolution has carried. This is such an important part of New Democrat tradition, but I wonder if you're ready now to vote on the agenda. I see a delegate on 4 with a card. Go ahead, 4 briefly.
Hi, I wanted to propose this. Maybe this is something we can take separate and bring back to the organizers. Oh, by the way, Lynn from Edmonton Riverbend, they, them pronouns. I was wondering if the thanks guys. I was wondering if the LGBTQ Commission would be willing to swap times, because I understand your point about having nothing concurrent to respect intersectionality.
I think we can take that as guidance to the folks who are going to try and Tetris the schedule for us. Thank you, friends. Are you ready to end debate on the agenda? Who would like to keep debating the agenda? All right, the agenda, which is before you. Those in favor, please show. Down, thank you. Opposed? We've passed an agenda. Give yourselves a round of applause. Next up, we have the rules of order. And I'll highlight a feature of convention for folks who may be here for the first or the second time. Unlike your local meetings or your union conventions, amendments are not permitted from the floor. If you find that a resolution doesn't go far enough, you can refer it with instructions to the resolutions committee, who will consider your referral. A risk in doing that is, as you see, we have a busy agenda and it may not come before you again. I see you on a point of privilege, so that is the procedure to amend, to seek to improve or change a resolution. Point of privilege here on microphone 1. Can we get the accessibility mic for this delegate, please? Looks like a member is helping you. Thank you. Microphone incoming. And delegates have been modeling good behavior by saying their name, the place that sent you, and then their point.
Joyce Ballas, I'm from London Fanshawe, Ontario. Could I please ask that the strobe light or the spotlight be turned off, because it's right in my face?
There's a delegate, I'm not sure if we can move that spotlight for you. It may be possible to move the microphone back, but I hear you that you are unable to see and on stage all the time. It's a feeling, isn't it? All right, the rules of order are before you. I would entertain a motion and a seconder to adopt the rules. It's moved and seconded. Can those in favor of the rules of order please show? Thank you. Down. Opposed? We have our rules of order. I will now try and pass the election rules. Those in favor of the election rules, which are in your package. It's moved and seconded. I see no debate. Those in favor of adopting the election rules, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? We've passed the election rules. Now we need to appoint our standing committees. I would entertain a motion to ratify the co-chairs of the credential and the balloting committees, who are Evan Crosney and Heth Wilson, who we've heard from. The balloting co-chairs are Riley Shannon and Claire Parkin. Is your point on the committees? Okay. Those in favor of installing our committees with our thanks, please show. Thank you. Those opposed? The committees are installed. Delegate on microphone 2.
I apologize, but I was confused about the rules of order because it was not something listed in the package we were given, nothing like explicitly saying that. So when the election rules came up, I was distracted trying to figure that out, and I was meaning to come up. It was already passed. Is there any leeway?
The rules of order appear in our Constitution. They're an appendix at the back, so you have them in your kits. Equally, if this is a weird Latin process for you, Sylvia and I are here to assist you to get whatever it is that you'd like to get done. within the boundaries of those rules. So they're set up, they're based on Robert's Rules of Order, the delightful 12th edition, with some amendments like a reduction in the speaking order to 3 minutes rather than the 10 that Roberts provides.
Is it at all possible? I know we already passed the election rules, but would it be possible to offer an amendment to them?
There was an effort to a question about whether we can amend the rules. We cannot because we have passed them.
Okay.
Okay. Good job, team. I would now like to welcome our president, Mary Shortall, Treasurer Suzanne Skidmore, and National Director Lucy Watson to provide their reports to us.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, friends, comrades, delegates. Welcome to Winnipeg. Bienvenue à Winnipeg. Je suis très heureuse d'être ici avec vous autres aujourd'hui. It is truly an honor to stand before you as we gather together from every corner of this country at such an important moment for our party. Each of you carries with you the voices of your communities, their concerns, their hopes, their determination, and together, those voices shape the future of the new Democratic Party. Over the past months, we have faced real challenges. We have experienced unexpected pressures from beyond our borders that contributed to an electoral outcome many did not anticipate. We have seen a political landscape shifting quickly and not always in a way that reflects the realities of the people are living. And we have had to confront difficult questions about where we are and where we need to go. Soyons clairs, ces moments n'ont pas été faciles, mais ils nous ont permis d'y voir plus clairement. Ils nous ont rappelé que nous sommes ce qui nous défendons et pourquoi ce travail revêt une importance si profonde pour les citoyens de tout le pays. Avant d'aller plus loin, je tiens à souligner un point essentiel. La force de ce parti ne tient pas à un moment précis, ni à un dirigeant en particulier. Elle vient de nous. From your dedication, from your time, from your unwavering commitment to showing up again and again for the people you represent. Across Canada, New Democrats have not stepped back. You have not backed down. You have stepped forward. And I want to thank Don Davies, our interim leader, and our NDP caucus. They have ensured that our voices continue to be heard in Parliament. Thank you to the Federal Executive and the Federal Council for keeping us informed, connected, and prepared for the fight ahead. And thank you to each of you for continuing to support and believe in what this party stands for. You have continued to organize in your communities. You've continued to advocate for working people. You have continued to fight for affordable housing, for strong public health care, for climate action that meets the urgency of this moment. You have done this work not because it's easy, but because it's right. And that determination, that steady commitment to justice, is the foundation of everything we do. Friends, this convention is not our opportunity just to reflect, but it is our opportunity to renew our sense of purpose, our connection to labor and to working people, and to renew our commitment to building a country that works for everybody, not just the few. But renewal begins with honesty. We must be honest about the challenges before us. Canadians are struggling. The cost of living continues to rise. Inequality is growing. And too many people feel no matter how hard they work, they are falling behind. And many of them are uncertain about what their future holds for themselves and for their families. Dans ce contexte, nécessité d'une voie néo-démocratique forte et attachée à ses principes n'a jamais été aussi grande. Notre rôle ne consiste pas seulement à relever des défis. Notre rôle est de montrer la voie, de proposer une vision claire et convaincante d'un Canada plus juste, plus inclusif et plus durable. A Canada where everyone can afford a home, where health care is there when you need it. A Canada where good jobs are protected and created, where we meet the climate crisis with courage and ambition, and where people feel seen, heard, and respected, no matter who they are, where they live, or who they love. And that work begins here, and it begins with us. Over the coming days, you will debate ideas, you will make important decisions, and you will help chart the course of our party for the years ahead. I encourage you to approach this work with both courage and care. Bring forward your ideas boldly, listen to one another openly, and engage with one another with respect and solidarity that define us when we're at our best. Because disagreement is not a weakness. It's part of a healthy, democratic movement. What matters is how we come through those conversations, stronger, more united, and more focused on the people we are here to serve. We are at our strongest when we are united in purpose and grounded in our shared values. Values like fairness, compassion, equity, and the unwavering belief that better is possible. Friends, conventions are about decisions, but they're also about energy. Il s'agit de renouer les liens entre nous et de créer une dynamique. Il s'agit de rappeler que nous faisons partie de quelque chose qui est plus grand que nous. Un mouvement riche d'une histoire dont nous pouvons être fiers et qui a apporté des réels changements. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. Tommy Douglas, Audrey McLaughlin, Alexa McDonough, Jack Layton, Jagmeet Singh, and the late Ed Broadbent. From paid sick leave to anti-scab legislation to dental care for millions of Canadians, this movement has delivered those results. And this movement still has so much more to do. So as we begin this convention, I would ask each of you to carry that sense of purpose with you. Carry your belief in what we can achieve together into our work ahead. Because yes, the challenges in front of us are real, but so is our capacity to meet them. And for sure, the hope that people across this country are placing in us, that's very real. So let's meet this moment. Let's meet it with courage, let's meet it together, and let's honor that hope. Let's do the work, and let's move forward together. Bienvenue à votre Congrès 2026. Welcome to your 2026 convention. Now let's get to work. Allons-y. Merci. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Mary, President. We're doing our reports. The chair will come back and come to you after we're done our reports. I need the chair back on the stage. I'm not chairing, so we are on the order of the day, if that was your question. But so I'm gonna start with my report, and we'll ask the chair to come back out. When they do, we'll take the point on microphone 2. Thank you. So hello, everyone. My name's Suzanne Skidmore. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the treasurer of the New Democratic Party. I'm also the president of the BC Federation of Labour. It's amazing to be here with all of you in Winnipeg. It's so nice to be at our family reunion. It has been my honor and privilege to serve as your treasurer over the last 2 years and beyond that. And I'm proud to have been part of a team that has navigated some serious challenges, both inside and outside, over the last few months. As treasurer, my role is talking about something that underpins everything we do, the party's finances. Because our ability to organize, our ability to support candidates and win elections depends on being disciplined, responsible, and strategic with our resources. Before I get into the more current picture, I want to point out that the delegate package you received includes the party's financial statements from 2023 and 2024. Transparency and accountability are the core to how we operate, and so I'm proud to provide this information for all of our members to review. For those of you who are not super familiar with the type of document that's in front of you, an important note is that for us, no 2 years is exactly the same, but similar years can be compared. So 2023 was a convention year, which resulted in a higher revenue of $225,000 and a higher expenses of $500,000. We also paid down the election loan from $3.6 million in 2022 to $720,000 at the end of 2023. 2024 was a pre-election year, so you will see there are some increased expenses that are connected to the readiness work, but generally expenses and revenues were down in comparison to 2023, mainly due to convention. Work is well underway on the 2025 audit, and we look forward to sharing those results once they've been completed. I want to take a moment here to acknowledge the engagement of federal executive and council, all of you. The council has been closely involved in overseeing the party's finances, but especially in the last year as we navigated the post-election period. This included adopting and reviewing a 2025 budget, the 2025 campaign budget, and adopting the 2026 operating convention and leadership budget. So there's been a lot of work done. That engagement is essential in keeping the party strong and disciplined. And I want to thank the council for their time and their focus on this work. Now, let's talk about the post-election reality. Going into this campaign, fundraising was strong, and in the weeks before the writ, we exceeded expectations. But during the writ period, fundraising fell short by nearly $2 million compared to what we had projected. Faced with that reality and the understanding how voters were moving throughout the writ period, we made some very difficult decisions. In the final 10 days of the campaign, we cut spending, we most notably in national advertising, to ensure that the party was not in a financial precarious position coming out of the campaign. While we made cuts to general advertising in the last 10 days, we kept a laser focus on incumbent seats and a few battleground ridings. That drastically increased the efficiency of our advertising spend and saved money where an ad buy would not and could not swing races in our favor. This was obviously a critically important strategic decision, and post-campaign, for the first time, we did a detailed analysis on how much money was allocated to incumbent ridings, and I will share, it was significant. I mention this because as part of our deeper dive into the election and the outcome, we had to ask ourselves hard questions about deployment of resources and whether we made the right calls in terms of doing what we could to protect our incumbent seats and our targets. Those were not easy decisions, but some of them were necessary. This allowed us to protect the party's financial position and ensure the stability in the months that followed. And today, that stability is showing, but let me be clear, it's very tight. We must continue to manage our resources carefully. Our total loan stands at $25 million. On the revenue side, we have received the central rebate of $13 million, which has been used to reduce our campaign loan. In addition, we anticipate receiving additional rebates that will be approximately $3 million. This money will go directly towards the campaign loan and help us reduce our debt while keeping our operations running. Principal loan repayments start this year at $1,062,500 per quarter. That's higher than our original projections because the smaller rebates and the fundraising shortfalls during the campaign meant that we couldn't make a larger balloon payment that we would normally do. So looking at 2026 overall, our financial position remains stable, but again, like I said, it is tight. So we've had to cut back on some non-essential spending, but we are maintaining important and core functions. We've also budgeted for by-elections, as you know, for training programs, for supporting organizers on the ground. In fact, I heard people talking about that as we were out having conversations in the hall, and of course the cost of convention and the leadership race. So we continue to put a greater focus on digital fundraising, utilizing new techniques and strategies to increase our revenue. I'm happy to report that digital revenue at the end of 2025 rebounded, and in the third and fourth quarters of last year, fundraising exceeded our internal targets by 46%. Yeah, round of applause for the fundraisers. They're doing some hard work out there. I know you're out there. The recovery in digital fundraising revenue means we ended the year with 20% overall growth over 2024. With a greater focus on all forms of digital fundraising, email, text, and direct-to-donate ads, we hope to close out this year even stronger in 2026 than we did in 2025. But that's not all. We know that through the ebbs and flows of election cycles, and our monthly PAC donors provide critical, reliable support for the party and our work. So growing this group of committed, steady monthly donors is a top priority as we build towards the next election. All of this is going to require donor and member stewardship to stay connected to the people who fuel this movement, and the relationships and the building that needs to happen will increase our fundraising revenue and support from the grassroots of this party. Here's the key takeaway. We can meet our obligations, we can fund our priorities, and we can continue to operate effectively, but only if we continue to be disciplined and focused. Financial health is not just the responsibility of the treasurer or the finance team or the federal office. It lives in all our ridings, in our collective fundraising efforts, and in our relationship that we build with supporters. Every monthly donor we sign up, every local fundraising event that we host, every conversation we have about why this party matters directly contribute to our ability to organize and to win. Friends, we do have a plan. We are disciplined. We have protected our core operations, supported organizing in the field, and positioned ourselves to reduce debt. Your energy and commitment and your effort are what make it possible for the NDP to remain strong, sustainable, and ready not just to respond, but to compete and to win. So thank you for your work in doing that. Thank you for your discipline, and thank you for helping ensure that this party remains a fighting, winning movement for years to come. Thank you.
Thanks for keeping me on my toes, friends. I think I heard someone call the order of the day, which is a way to signal that you're ready to go to a timed item in the agenda. C'est un point spécial qui devrait aura lieu à un temps particulier. We're going to hear from the national director. The elves in my ear have told me they have been able to cut some things. So we're going to hear that report, and then we will get on to celebrating Jagmeet. Is that fine? Thank you.
Hello, welcome to Winnipeg. We're gathering at an important moment for our party and for the people across the country that we're working for. So before I begin, I want to get a sense of the room. How many of you are attending a federal convention for the first time? Raise your hand. Awesome. And how many youth delegates do we have in the room? Make some noise. Thank you. How many folks are here having attended previous conventions, 2 or more? Let's see those experienced hands go up. Awesome. And where are our friends from Labour? Amazing. Thank you. This mix of new voices and experienced organizers is exactly what we need as a party. It's how we grow, and it's how we get stronger. So it's great to see so many of you here gathered together for our 2026 convention. There's a long tradition in this city of people organizing, building collective power, standing up for fairness, and doing the hard work of change. So it's a fitting place for us to come together, not just to talk about what we believe, but to focus on how we win and the actions we'll take to win, because that's the work that's in front of us. This is our first opportunity to gather together after the last federal election. And I want to start by recognizing what that campaign required and how heavy the results have felt for us as New Democrats. So I want to say to our candidates, thank you for stepping up. Running is never easy. It asks a lot personally and politically. To the staff, yeah, let's acknowledge them. To the staff and the campaign teams, you carried enormous responsibility under pressure. And to the volunteers, you're the backbone of this party. You made the calls, you knocked the doors, you ran the events, you entered the data. No? Okay. You solved the problems, and you kept things moving behind the scenes. That effort matters. It builds the foundation we rely on in every election cycle. I know we didn't get the result that we were all working for, but it is important to say this clearly. Even in difficult context, New Democrats delivered real results for people. Our caucus achieved remarkable gains, advancing policies that made a tangible difference in everyone's lives, from progress on affordability measures to movement on dental care and pharmacare, and pushing forward on housing. New Democrats used our position to get things done. And that's what New Democrats do. We fight and we deliver. And that record matters. It's not just something to be proud of, but it's something that we need to build on. As an organization, we have a responsibility to connect that work to electoral success, to make sure Canadians know what we've achieved and why it matters, and to earn the opportunity to do even more. And that's why the campaign review and renewal process has been so important. And I want to thank Emily Taman for leading that work. It's been detailed, member-driven, and focused on identifying where we need to improve, not just in theory, but in practice. Because for us, renewal has to mean something concrete. It has to mean making better decisions earlier, building stronger local capacity, equipping our teams with the tools, training, and support they need to compete and to win. And that leads to the point that I want to leave with you. We need to be election ready at all times, not 6 months before a campaign, not when a writ is dropped, but every day. Election readiness isn't a slogan, it's a system. It's candidates identified and supported well in advance. It's riding associations that are active, organized, and growing. It's a volunteer base that are engaged between elections, not just mobilized during them. It's data that is current, fundraising that is consistent, and communications that connect. And that kind of readiness doesn't happen overnight. It's built deliberately over time. And it requires all of us. The federal office can provide the tools and the support, but the real strength of this party lives in our ridings, in our regions, and in the work that you do every day. And that's where we need to keep building. I also want to recognize some of the people who have helped to guide this work. To Mary Shortall, thank you for your leadership and your commitment during an important period during our party. To the outgoing members of the Federal Executive and Council, thank you for your service, your diligence, and your focus on strengthening the organization. And to our interim leader, Don Davies, thank you for stepping Thank you for stepping into this role with steadiness and clarity. Your leadership has helped ensure continuity and focus at a critical moment. Now, while we do this longer-term work, we're also in the middle of something immediate. We have 3 important by-elections underway in University Rosedale, Scarborough Southwest, and Terrebonne. And our candidates, Serena Purdy, Fatima Chaban, and Maxime Baudouin, who you've met, are out there doing the work, talking to voters, building connections, all in the lead up to Election Day on April 13th. These campaigns matter, not just for the outcomes, but for what they build. They help us test our readiness and grow our volunteer base. And they give us a real opportunity to demonstrate that we're present, organized, and competitive. So this is a moment to engage. If you're from those regions, can we hear from you? Where are you at? Where's Scarborough Southwest? Where's Uni Rose? Where's Terrebonne? Come on. If you're not from those regions, please find a way to support. Make calls. You can connect remotely. You can contribute what you can, because winning requires participation. And participation is a choice that we make every day. Over the next few days, you'll take part in debates, trainings, discussions, and I would encourage you to think about how you take that work home. What will you implement in your riding? Who will you bring in to your local team? What systems will you strengthen? What habits will you change? Because the difference between where we are and where we want to be is in those choices, in the follow-through, in the consistency, in the willingness to do the work even when there isn't an election underway. And that's how we build a party that is ready, not just to respond, but to compete and to win. So thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do. And I look forward to working with you and our new leader as we work to the next steps. Thank you. And now I am turning it over to these two fine people.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. I'm Laurel Collins, the former MP for Victoria. And we're here in this moment to thank someone who changed our party immensely. And Jagmeet, he not only took politics and made it personal, but he was a symbol of the kind of transformative change that our party is known for. In 2017, he made history as the first racialized leader of a major federal party. And what makes his story so powerful isn't just that it happened, but that by every measure, it never should have. You know, it wasn't supposed to happen, and for Jagmeet, it's always been about doing what's right. It's about showing up for people, especially when the system works against you. And in the face of racism, powerful interests, and the cost of living crisis, Jagmeet stood firm to his values, and he stood strong fighting for Canadians. Time and time again, Jagmeet met every challenge, not with cynicism, but with courage, not with fear, but with unshakable optimism. And under his leadership, that belief turned challenges into real change. Delivering anti-scab legislation for workers, delivering dental care for millions of Canadians, and starting the first federal universal pharmacare program.
Yeah. Bonjour tout le monde, Alexandre Boulris, député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Merci Laurel, ça fait extrêmement plaisir d'être ici avec vous tous à Winnipeg et là pour parler un peu de Jagmeet. On fait de la politique pour aider le monde. On fait de la politique pour les gens, pour bâtir une société plus juste, où on prend soin des uns des autres. Et c'est exactement ce que Jagmeet Singh a réussi à faire comme leader fédéral du NPD. La volonté puis le leadership de Jagmeet a permis d'améliorer concrètement et réellement la vie de millions de Québécois et de Canadiens. Alors, chapeau, Jagmeet. Sur une note plus personnelle, c'est aussi quelqu'un avec qui c'est très agréable de travailler. C'est une belle personne, c'est un être humain fantastique, quelqu'un de bienveillant, d'humaniste, de généreux également et de drôle, et qui a réussi à faire toute une différence ici pour nous au NPD, mais pour l'ensemble de la Fédération canadienne. Alors, ça me fait extrêmement plaisir d'être ici pour lui rendre hommage. Et maintenant, place à la vidéo. Merci.
First time I met Jagmeet, I was 12 years old. I think it was grade 7 or grade 8. And he was actually studying at the time, UWO, Western University. I grew up, born and raised in London. He tells this funny story, I don't remember it, but the first time I met him, he said I had just come home from playing basketball, and he was hanging out with my older brother and sister because they went to school together, and I asked him how high he could jump. And we always kind of joked about the metaphor of that, how this little 12-year-old was asking this guy how high he could jump, and where he ended up. Growing up in London, Ontario, I was always seeking out role models and mentors, people that look like me. And I think Jagmeet provided that to a lot of us in the community, across the country. Some people choose to lead. They spend their entire lives saying, I want to go into politics so I can effectuate change, or this is my destiny and this is my path. And then there are people that are chosen to lead. And I think Jagmeet is the latter. He was chosen to lead by a bunch of young activists, and I joke, a bunch of young kids, youth with big visions of wanting to change the world.
I follow politics right across the country. Being from British Columbia, you kind of keep an eye on what's going on in the other provinces. And somebody flagged for me, hey, you should check out this MPP from Ontario, just standing up and saying like good things about working people and, you know, good strong values that I hold as well. And so even long before I met Jagmeet, I became a really big fan of his.
So when Jagmeet announced that he was running for leader of the federal party, I was there in the convention hall in Brampton, and it was like a crushing crowd. It was amazing, the biggest crowd I think I've ever been into.
In the lead up to 2019, we had to go through convention. I think it was clear right from there that he wanted the type of people that showed up at party convention to sort of be some of that new youth mentality that he had inspired.
And going into that election, I think people had not yet realized what it meant to Canadians that the NDP was the party that had chosen the first racialized person to lead a major federal political party in this country.
Out on the campaign trail, we'd go by TMU and there'd be kids sitting on the steps. They would flock to him, and just, it was magical, really.
I think we were seeing people show up to NDP events that had never been to an NDP event or a political event in their lives before.
I wouldn't be a member of the party if it wasn't for Jagmeet. I remember being in high school, and I am the daughter of immigrants who came here desiring a better life and wanting to give their kids that. And I remember in high school seeing videos and social media from Jagmeet of him rallying young people of color. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't ashamed of my background and being a person of color. So much of my life was defined by post 9/11, where our communities and our culture, we were taught to be quiet about it.
Everything about my identity and everything that I look like and people that look like me was villainized. For half a decade, 5 years or 10 years, I wouldn't even tie a white turban because you didn't know what the reaction of people was going to be.
I felt a lot of shame growing up of having that as my background, having that as the fabric of who I am. And in the first time in my life, I felt proud of my culture. I felt proud of my people because we had someone that looked like us.
It's been really inspiring just to see the number of young people, particularly racialized folks, where Jagmeet was that leader, where they were able to see themselves involved in the political system, and he inspired them to volunteer on campaigns, to make phone calls, to get out there and talk to people about the issues that mattered the most to them.
To voice their concerns, voice their ambitions, and dream big.
Being a different kind of leader, a leader that we needed to see and a leader that we needed to speak for so many of us who haven't been seen like that before. It made me feel seen, it made me feel part of the movement in ways I didn't realize that I needed.
And so when I saw him get up in the House
and call out racism. It was a moment where I knew that he was speaking not just on behalf of the experience that he was having, but on behalf of the experience that so many of us have.
I remember being on picket lines with him or at rallies with him where I would see racism firsthand. He had created this capacity to separate what he heard and what he needed to do in that moment. He needed to be there for either workers on a picket line, he needed to be there for the people who showed up, and those voices couldn't penetrate.
Tout de suite, ce que tu ressens avec Jagmeet, c'est la volonté de vouloir aider les gens. C'était jamais à propos de lui, c'était toujours à propos des autres, de comment on peut aider les autres et comment aussi on peut gagner davantage de sièges.
I think he really also spent time listening to people's struggles, and he was a really good ally to all communities.
He wanted to connect with everyone he meets, whether that's people that work for him, whether that's people that he met on the street.
Jagmeet gave us such a beautiful alternative to the toxic masculinity we currently see on the world stage. And he knew that love without courage is ineffective, and courage without love is empty.
Il était mon pourquoi je me levais le matin pour travailler fort, faire des sacrifices avec ma famille, puis aller accomplir de grands résultats pour les Canadiens et Canadiennes.
Jagmeet was always not just talking about, but it was a joyful struggle, and he brought that wherever we went.
Jagmeet did everything with love and optimism and joy, and he really created a team that was dedicated to working hard for him, and he did that really by making us all feel welcome and loved and respected in the work that we did.
People saw themselves in Jagmeet, and he had the most amazing energy in every room he walked into, and he did that every day on the campaign. That's hard to do, bringing that kind of energy every day to electoral politics at any level. Not everyone does that, and Jagmeet did it every single day.
We saw some unprecedented generational changes. Things like childcare, pharmacare, the anti-scab legislation, something that we've been fighting for and we've been promised for decades. And Liberals never gave it. We knew the Conservatives were sure as not a hell ever going to give it to us, but it was Jagmeet and that agreement with the Liberals that actually made it happen. And that's what I'll always remember Jagmeet for, is that impact that he's had. I hear stories about people finally being able to get their teeth fixed.
All of this was working with the NDP and under Jagmeet's leadership.
It felt like in a world where so many of progressive politics or so many of progressive policies are being chipped away at, it felt really good to finally see a win be delivered.
Jagmeet, dans tout ce qui est les négociations avec les soins dentaires, c'était toujours celui qui poussait les libéraux le plus loin qu'on pouvait aller. Fait que dans ses conversations avec le premier ministre, il était extrêmement féroce d'aller chercher le plus de gains qu'on pouvait aller, reconnaissant aussi qu'on faisait affaire avec un partenaire libéral, qu'on sait très souvent, ils font les choses à moitié. Donc, lui, il poussait toujours. Comme par exemple les soins dentaires, au départ, les libéraux, même s'ils avaient signé l'entente, eux, ils voulaient faire ça. Ils nous disaient ça va prendre 10 ans. Alors, tout de suite, comme Jagmeet a dit avec le premier ministre, que non, ça ne fonctionnera pas. Il faut trouver un moyen de réussir à le faire dans un mandat. C'est pas vrai qu'on va attendre comme autant d'années pour que ça soit fait. Notre entente est celle qui est sur le papier, donc on doit suivre ça, puis on peut pas déroger.
Jagmeet was always in the fight to get the most that he could for people, and the way to get the most for people was to win as many seats as he could. With the pursuit of trying to form government, absolutely.
La seule chose que les gens peuvent pas nécessairement saisir entièrement, c'est les sacrifices que Jagmeet a dû faire en tant que chef néo-démocrate puis en tant que personne sikh. Les menaces qu'il a eues, la sécurité, mais qu'il laissait à défaut parce que c'est pas la même sécurité qu'un premier ministre ou un ministre même.
Going over to their house and there was seriously armored vehicles and police around to keep him safe. But in a lot of ways, Jagmeet, who loved going outside for walks, going for groceries, going to the gym, could no longer do that.
Like, Jagmeet was never a guy that wanted you to feel sorry for him or empathy for him or wanted to make excuses for anything. But the story of Jagmeet is also a story of a guy who had the police come knock on his door, tell him that he was under imminent threat of assassination, give him a paper called a duty to warn that he had to sign to say, I'm aware someone may kill me at any moment, and that it was likely from a foreign government. In fact, one of the most heartbreaking, but also I think inspiring stories is that the morning that Jagmeet did a press conference on I believe it was on the announcement of dental care, he went out there, he announced he got dental care. That is what the world would have seen. Jagmeet did this amazing thing, he got his dental care. What the world didn't see was that immediately after that, his wife, Wab Kinew, who was pregnant, went into labor. They had to get into an armored vehicle with armored vehicles accompanying them, drive to the hospital, and their second daughter was born under armed protection. Wab Kinew gave birth to their second daughter with men in machine guns spread across the hospital floor, because that threat was still there. He was fighting for dental care, and that's what we knew, but he was also fighting for his life.
He told us to be brave and to do things with courage, right? And he told us not to operate from a place of fear. And I think we're in a different place today. And I think the thing that we need to remember Jagmeet for is he was able to do something that not many leaders were able to do.
Je sais que dans 20 ans, dans 30 ans, dans 100 ans, ils vont étudier la période dans laquelle on vit, puis ton nom va sortir comme ayant été celui probablement qui s'est tenu debout, qui aurait pu faire la différence. Shame on us, tant pis pour nous. Mais merci pour tout. Lâche pas tes luttes. Encore une fois, tu me manques, mon ami. Salut, Jagmeet.
Thank you for giving me the dream that I always wanted as a little girl.
You've organized in a way that I don't think anyone has ever seen people organize communities. Jagmeet, thank you for everything that you did for our party, for us.
I'm also just so grateful for what he did for our country, and I couldn't have been more proud to be part of that.
You continue to inspire people, you continue to inspire me, and I'm grateful to have known you.
Thank you for anti-scab. Thank you for dental care. Thank you for childcare. Thank you for a national school nutrition program. Thank you for pharmacare. And thank you for always having our backs. We love you.
So thank you, Jagmeet, for showing me that parents can do this work, for showing me no matter how daunting or hopeless the moment might feel, there is always a reason to keep going and to keep the hope alive.
Thank you is not enough. I believe as New Democrats, we will forever be in his debt for the sacrifice and some of the victories that his leadership brought along.
And you showed us that we can occupy leadership roles while being ourselves. We don't need to lessen our shine. We don't need to hide who we are. And the impact of that can never be measured. Thank you, Jagmeet, for everything that you did for us.
His energy and his optimism and his hope. That is not something you just make up. That is something you have to believe in and embody. And Jagmeet, I've never met somebody who's done it as perfectly and as seamlessly as Jagmeet.
Thank you for showing me the importance of never giving up and not minding what other people say about you, because you have to do what you feel is right.
I think you've truly earned your chapter in the history books, and it will reflect the work that you've put into it in a kind way.
I'm gonna get it.
Tu as vraiment tout donné, puis grâce à toi, on a obtenu des gains historiques que le parti a vraiment jamais obtenu.
And we met, and I said, "I'm Ali," and you said, "What was that?" And I said, "Oh, I'm Ali. Nice to meet you." And he said, "No, your name is Ali. Your name is A-L-I Ali. You should say it the way that your parents named you because it has meaning and it has." It's special, and it's the reason why they named you that way. And so I just want to thank you for seeing me and for bringing young racialized people into the party.
First time I met you, I'd just come home from playing basketball, and I asked you what your vertical was, how high you could jump. I'm very obsessed with basketball. I want to say to you, I think you answered that question. I think you jumped to levels that I never imagined I would ever see anyone in my life that looked like me could.
Ah, j'adore l'énergie dans la salle. Alors, on va continuer. Je sais qu'il y a une petite distraction, mais on va continuer, on avance. Alors, veuillez accueillir sur scène les coprésidences du comité de résolution, Talon Regent et Leah Story-Gamble. Ils vont vous présenter le processus qui a guidé le travail du comité. Ils vont monter sur scène dans une seconde, je suis certaine.
Oui, ça va, merci.
OK, peut-être que pendant qu'on les attend, je peux faire quelques précisions avant de passer au débat. On va commencer le premier bloc dès que le comité de résolution vous présente leur processus. Et la façon dont on va procéder, c'est que 2 membres du comité vont lire la résolution. Et la résolution sera aussi sur l'écran, alors vous pouvez suivre sur l'écran. Et puis pour le bloc, le premier bloc sur lequel on va débattre, c'est le bloc de résolution et affaires internes. Et on a planifié 40 minutes pour ce bloc. Je vous tiendrai au courant du temps qui nous reste au fur et à mesure. Oh, voilà, ils sont là, donc je continue mon petit rappel dès qu'ils terminent leur présentation. Alors, je passe la parole à Talon et Leah.
Merci. Bonjour tout le monde. Well, qui est prêt pour le débat de résolution? Are you guys ready? Amazing. All right. My name's Leah Story-Gamble. My pronouns are she, they. I am from Saskatchewan. I am one of your co-chairs for the Resolutions Committee.
And my name is Talon Regent. I am the other co-chair of the Resolutions Committee, also from Saskatchewan.
Well, there's 2 of us.
Woo! And so jumping into what it is that the Resolutions Committee is, what we did to get here. So the Resolutions Committee was created by Federal Council immediately upon the completion of our last convention for 2 very important things. One was to take the resolutions that went undebated from the last convention and make sure they got in front of federal council with some recommendations on what we as the party should do, rather than just letting them fall into the ether after convention was complete. And I am very proud to say that for the first time in at least a decade, the Resolutions Committee actually did that. So from there, it was time to get ready for this convention, and I'll let Leah take over and explain a little bit about how that worked.
So the Resolutions Committee received over 1,600 unique resolutions. Impressive. That's a true testament to your guys' commitment to democracy. From there, the resolutions were merged by party staff into 626 unique resolutions. It was further merged down by 78 resolutions by the committee. 98 resolutions of those 626 were ruled out of order. And I'm happy to answer any questions not in my report, so come find me if you want to know why we did that. 449 resolutions then proceeded to the vote prioritization to the membership, which resulted in voting of 10 top resolutions in every section, which will be debated today. So what happens next is whatever we don't debate today then goes back to the new policy committee that will be reestablished with the new federal council that you're electing at this convention. That's the process. We're all good. We know it. Didn't miss anything? Wonderful. Before we go, we just want to give some really special thank yous. First of all, to the party staff who have helped us so much with this resolution process, specifically to Tanya Fredette and Jesse Calvert, who we couldn't have done this without. They're our support people. They kept us on time. They kept us together. Big round of applause to them, please. I also want to thank our fellow policy committee members, Michelle Neal, Laurie Antoine, Brett Collins, Bella Lee, Mike Blesky, Malcolm Lewis Richmond, George Soule, and Angela McEwen. So a huge thank you to them for everything they did. Combined, our entire committee from start to finish, from the time we were introduced to now, put in over 400 hours as a volunteer team. 400 hours. So that's an amazing accomplishment of volunteers. I also want to thank you, the delegates. I want to thank you for engaging in this process. I want to thank you for a lively, respectful debate that's about to ensue. So give yourselves a round of applause for everything you guys do for this party and the amazing resolutions you put forward. All right, good luck.
Merci, Talon et Leah. Alors, je continue avec quelques précisions avant de commencer le premier bloc qui sera sur les modifications constitutionnelles et affaires internes. Un petit rappel, comme je disais, que je vous invite à vous présenter au micro, de nous rappeler votre nom et qui vous représentez avant de commencer votre intervention. Et je vous rappelle aussi qu'on a les petites cartes pour nous aider ici à bien reconnaître et suivre la liste d'intervenants d'équité de genre. Et au-delà de la liste, on vous demande de créer un espace inclusif pour tous les membres des groupes en quête d'équité. Donc, si vous voyez que les débats peut-être n'incluent pas assez de diversité, laissez la place à quelqu'un d'autre pour se prononcer. Et puis, on a un micro à la main pour faciliter l'accessibilité et il y a des bénévoles qui vont vous aider si vous avez de la difficulté à vous déplacer pour aller à un des micros. Alors, une dernière chose, je veux simplement répéter que le processus va être comme suit. Talon et Mary vont présenter les résolutions, ils vont les lire. Et vous les suivrez aussi sur l'écran. On passe au débat, on fait le vote et on passe à la prochaine. On a 40 minutes. On va essayer de faire le plus possible dans ces 40 minutes avec l'aide et la participation de tout le monde. Alors, j'avais un point au microphone numéro 2 avant de commencer.
Point of information. My name is Nicholas Torno. I come from Kingston in the Islands. My pronouns are he, they. And I have a question about the video we just watched, the tribute to Jagmeet Singh. I want to know how much money it costs. I want to know how much time it wasted out of the convention. And I want to know who decided on it.
S'il vous plaît, le respect. OK. J'ai compris votre question. Je n'ai pas les réponses. Mais je pense que vous avez le point que vous avez fait a été reçu. OK? Alors, on continue. On va commencer. Il n'y a pas d'autres points. Alors, on commence avec la première résolution. Et je vais noter aussi que dans ce bloc, ce n'est pas seulement des amendements constitutionnels, c'est aussi des résolutions. Alors, les résolutions sont adoptées à majorité. Si, par contre, on vient modifier les statuts, on aura besoin de 2/3 et je vais vous faire un rappel avant de passer au vote. Alors, on commence avec la première résolution.
Point of privilege, please.
Il y a un point. Sorry, Mary. Il y a un point, microphone numéro 1.
Hi, Thatcher Nevanethan from Scarborough North. Rising on a personal point of privilege, that comment that was just made is absolutely unacceptable. I'm in my house of party where I belong as a racialized person, and we paid a tribute that is incredibly fitting for an incredible leader. And that comment is so harmful in this space. I think the people that are here that are racialized, that are people that have not ever been seen before, deserve the space, and our leader that looked like us and changed the politics for us as New Democrats, as Canadians, as Ontarians, as people from all across this world, as people that have survived genocide, deserve goddamn respect in this house.
Thank you, Delegate. OK. On va commencer le bloc de résolution. Je passe la parole à Mary pour la première résolution.
Merci. La première résolution. Il est résolu que le parti considère l'organisation comme une fonction démocratique permanente avec toute l'année. Il est autre résolu que les organisatrices régionaux disposent des ressources nécessaires pour soutenir les essais coordonnés, la formation et faciliter la collaboration entre circonscriptions. Il est un autre résolu que les priorités organisationnelles portent sur le développement de relations, le porte-à-porte axé sur les enjeux et une présence soutenue dans la communauté.
Merci. On commence au microphone numéro 1.
First off, I wanted to thank the organization for sharing such a moving and appropriate tribute to Jagmeet Singh. Just a few moments ago, I was deeply moved by that. My name is Peter Julian. My pronouns are he, his, him. And I am from the riding of New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville, the last riding to fall last April, the closest NDP loss in the country. The moment we turned the lock on our constituency door, we started organizing. And we have been knocking on doors. We have not stopped since the election. I can tell you, delegates, we may have been the last riding to fall. We'll be the first riding that we win back as part of a breakthrough for the NDP in the upcoming elections. And this country needs New Democrats. We know this. We see Mark Carney and his cuts eviscerating a whole generation of young public servants. eviscerating the public service, Indigenous services, services to new Canadians, to veterans, food safety inspectors, transportation safety inspectors. This is the impact of the Carney cuts, and they have been cheered on by a Conservative opposition in this binge of cuts because the Conservatives share those same values. New Democrats do not. We believe in enhancing public services. We believe in building. And we need to be out organizing and having those conversations from coast to coast to coast. We need to have millions of conversations over the course of the next few months for an election that is inevitable. J'aimerais remercier tout le monde qui a été impliqué dans le processus de renouvellement. On a eu d'une nation à l'autre, des milliers de néo-démocrates qui se sont impliqués parce qu'ils veulent voir un MPD qui est rebâti et renouvelé. Et ça, c'est un aspect important, mais le renouvellement du parti ne va pas terminer avec ce congrès-là. Il commence avec le travail qu'on a à faire au cours des prochains mois. Alors, je demande aux délégués d'appuyer cette motion. C'est extrêmement important. And I'm asking delegates to support this motion because on Sunday, we'll be electing a new leader out of a terrific group of 5 leadership candidates. But on Monday, the work begins to be knocking on doors, to hit millions of doorsteps in the course of the next few months so that we, with a renewed and rebuilt and reinvigorated NDP, we can show our vision of this country and we can speak to the people who are having difficulty putting food on the table, keeping a roof over their head. We can tell them there is hope, and that hope is really lying in a renewed NDP. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you. Just in time. Microphone numéro 2.
Good afternoon, sisters, brothers, siblings, and comrades. My name is Matthew Green from the Hamilton Center. And while it is true I am here as a former MP, I couldn't be prouder to stand at this mic in my new role, working alongside the ATU Canada and the labor movement that is here. And for those of you who've been following the renewal, you're probably wondering why somebody who has spent the last 9 months working alongside Peter and Christine and Neil and Doris and 1,000 new Democrats online, in forums, deliberating, thinking about the future of not just our party, but this country would be standing at a con mic. Well, in true tradition of NDP fashion, I'm here not just to say it doesn't go far enough, but comrades, to be very clear about this point, that in this section, we had proposed 9 other resolutions that we feel would have worked alongside 26 resolutions in total. Because it's not just about going door to door, street to street, neighborhood to neighborhood. It's not just about being on the phones. It's not just about what we do, but how we do it and why we do it. Democracy lives in this room. For those who think our party is dead, you only have to look around to see the thousands of Canadians who care about the future of our country. And so I would say this to all the candidates, that when the person is selected leader, that our party cannot be reborn in the image of an individual, but must be reborn in the collective power of our movements, in the collective power of our membership, in the collective power of our labor movement. Comrades, policy cannot be left to a focus group or a backroom cadre of people who are unelected and unaccountable. That is why we call for an ongoing conversation, and we call for a federal council that will truly be accountable to the membership. And that is why we are here today. That is why I am here today. I want to take this moment to thank all of the incredible volunteers, the people who have worked in this party without pay, the people who have been on the phone banks, the people who have been here for generations, and yes, for those of you who chose today to be your first convention ever. To the young people in this room, we will be at these mics We will be debating, and we will be sometimes agreeing violently and sometimes disagreeing amicably. But when we leave this room, let's make sure we leave it as a united front to take on the corporate capitalist class and to send the Liberals and the Conservatives back to where they belong. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, delegate. On continue, microphone numéro 4. Allez-y, au microphone numéro 4. Mic 4.
Hello, fellow delegates. My name is Doris Ma, and my pronouns are she, hers, and I'm not a politician. But I am a proud EDA president in the riding of New Westminster, Burnaby, Monarfield. And I am a proud member of the United Steelworkers 2009 and organizer with UFCW 1518. Since the devastating loss of our riding in April 2025, our EDA has been almost every other week knocking on doors. We've been building relationships with allies in our communities. We've been tabling and we've been hosting events. We've been canvassing door to door, asking people what are the issues that matter to them. We have an amazing team, but many EDAs just don't have that. So we need more regional organizers, especially in the Lower Mainland, to support EDAs and coordinate training, facilitate in-net riding collaboration. Renewing and rebuilding the NDP is critical, not just for our party, but it's for our communities as well. The NDP Renew Initiative is entirely volunteer-driven project with NDP members from coast to coast to coast. Thank you so much from the volunteers who have contributed to that. Even though many of us here support different candidates, the leadership candidates, but we all agree on one thing. We believe that renewing and rebuilding our party should be front and center, and adopting a permanent organizing model is critical. So please support this very important resolution as a permanent organizing model so that it will be implemented. Thank you.
Merci. Microphone numéro 3. Mic 3.
Hi, Nicholas Lawrence, he, him, Ontario. I'd like to call the question, please.
Est-ce qu'il y en a plusieurs? Oui? OK. Oh, une petite seconde. On a un point d'ordre et je vous reviens. Microphone numéro 2.
Rosa Wang, pronoun she, they, delegate for the Ontario New Democratic Youth and co-chair-elect of Canada's Young New Democrats. On behalf of the CYND executive and many youth delegates assembled behind me, I would like to reiterate that the youth of this party respect immensely Jagmeet Singh's leadership, contribution to social democracy, to our party, and to the Canadian social fabric. I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much, everyone.
OK, ce n'est pas un point d'ordre, mais votre message a été reçu. Alors, on continue et je vous encourage, s'il vous plaît, à suivre le plus que possible les règles. Autrement, ça va être frustrant pour tout le monde. Alors, au microphone numéro 3, on a demandé qu'on passe directement au vote. Alors, ce qu'on va faire, c'est un vote pour voir si on veut arrêter le débat et passer au vote sur la résolution 07-01-02. Alors, tous ceux et celles en faveur de mettre fin au débat et passer au vote, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Il n'y a pas beaucoup de monde qui vote et je me demande si vous n'avez pas complètement suivi. Et je ne veux pas répéter en anglais, mais je vais le faire. So what we're doing is voting on whether or not we want to go to the vote. I only saw a few hands up, so I'm not sure if folks are following. So please make sure that you've got interpretation devices or that you're following on the screen when we are speaking not in your first language so that we can move along. So all those in favor of ending debate and going to the vote, please raise your cards. Thank you. Opposed? Thank you. Carries. So we'll go right to the vote. on 070102. You should get used to these words in French. Tous ceux et celles en faveur, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. En faveur. OK. Merci. Contre? Merci. La résolution est adoptée. On passe à la prochaine résolution.
Thank you, delegates. We're on to 070208, entitled Central Official Agent Program. Be it resolved that the party continue to provide the Central Official Agent Program for upcoming federal elections and actively
Can we have
promote...
some order, please? It's really hard to hear. Let's try to be quiet. Thank you. Go ahead.
Be it resolved that the party continue to provide the Central Official Agent Program for upcoming federal elections and actively promote its use among riding associations and local campaigns, thereby reducing volunteer workload and enhancing compliance accuracy and consistency.
OK, on commence au microphone numéro 1.
My name is Leslie Thompson, and I'm here representing the riding of Edmonton Manning. I am speaking in favor of this resolution. I know firsthand how important it is to have these type of people working on your campaign or working in your riding. Edmonton Manning has used a central CFO for many years, and it makes it so easy, especially when Elections Canada comes back months or a year later after the campaign. That person is there. You know that they're there to support your riding, and they're there to support you. Like currently right now, Elections Canada is emailing our riding. I was the candidate for 2025. They have lots of additional questions, and sometimes it's hard to find volunteers afterwards. But when you have a person that's committed from Central, they're there for you, whether it's today, tomorrow, a year from now, or 3 years from now. So I encourage everybody to vote in favor. This is a great resource.
Merci. Microphone numéro 2.
Very well said. My name is Talal Wolf, pronouns he, him, representing University of Waterloo Young New Democrats. I would like to call the question.
OK. Je veux m'assurer qu'on entend au moins 2 ou 3 voix avant de passer au vote. Alors, j'aimerais vous demander... Oui?
So point of order, I thought you can call the question at any point after at least one person has spoken.
Yes, you can. I'm just asking for people's cooperation, that we at least hear a couple of voices before we rush through the vote. So I just wanted to ask you, you can still move that, and the floor will decide, but I wanted to ask you if you would hold off, and I recognize a couple of people, and come back to you.
I think we're all in agreement that this is a great resolution, so I would like to maintain my motion.
Okay. Yeah. Is there a seconder for calling the question? Yes. Okay. I'm going to try this in French again. On va passer au vote. Tous ceux et celles en faveur d'arrêter le débat et passer au vote sur la résolution, levez vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? OK. Alors, on passe directement au vote sur la résolution 070208. Tous ceux et celles en faveur de la résolution, veuillez lever vos cartes. Merci. Contre? La résolution est adoptée. On passe à la prochaine résolution.
Résolution 70352, préambule pour le Parti des travailleuses et des travailleurs. Il est résolu que les préambules de la Constitution soient modifiés en remplaçant le 12e paragraphe par ce qui suit. Les néo-démographes sont fiers de leur héritage politique et militant ancré dans les travailleuses et travailleurs et le mouvement syndical, ainsi que de leur longue tradition de gouvernement visionnaire, pragmatique et efficace. Le nouveau Parti démocratique a été fondé pour donner une voix politique aux travailleuses et travailleurs et pour défendre des droits, la dignité et la sécurité économique de tous et tous. Notre héritage nous distingue et nous inspire depuis la création de la Cooperative Commonwealth Federation en 1933 et la fondation du nouveau Parti démocrate en 1961.
J'ai un point au microphone numéro 2.
It's a Jamie McAvoy in the awkwardly named New Westminster Mallardville, Coquitlam. It's a point of privilege. The closed captions for this convention are running between 6 and 10 seconds behind. So it's just a request for the chairpersons to be aware. And when you move to a vote, I'm still reading the debate. So if we just take a little pause, that would be appreciated.
Okay. I appreciate that. I will slow down. And there are headsets for interpretation as well, that if you wanted to follow a little bit faster, but I take your point and I will slow down. So we started at 1 last time, so I'm going to start at microphone 4.
Thank you very much. Libby Davies from Vancouver Centre. Well, it's really good to be here at convention and see such an amazing turnout from across the country. I've been a New Democrat for many, many decades, and I'm also someone who knows that we need to make changes in our party for the health and future of our party. And I wanted to get up and speak to this particular resolution because a constitutional amendment is always very important, because I understand that the labor movement, that working people are the foundation of our party. So to have this reflected in our Constitution, that we affirm it, that we organize, that we lift people up, activists, we bring about change. This is something that's very important. So I hope that we will adopt this. It is constitutional, so it takes a lot of votes. But to me, it's an affirmation of who we are, but also recognizing that we need to mobilize, we need to bring in new people, that we work with workers, the organized, the unorganized, with the labor movement in solidarity, and that's what we stand for. Thank you.
Merci. Microphone numéro 2.
Merci. Karen Gaventer, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound, pronouns she, her. I'd like to move to refer with instruction. Moved by myself, Karen Gaventer, seconded by Richard Major, to replace rooted in with roots in. So instead of rooted in labor, exclusive of anyone else, we're with roots in, which also can include other people. I think I motivate.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded.
Richard Major.
Yes, and so we go. That's a motion to refer to the Resolutions Committee with instructions. And as Adrian explained earlier, it'll go to the committee. They can consider the instructions. Then we have sometimes on the agenda to bring back the resolutions. Okay? Is there a point at microphone 4? Go ahead.
Bonjour, oui, Duncan Victor-Salvin, délégué de Côte-Nord, Kawawa-Chicamache, Nitassinan. Je suis ici. Tout à l'heure, j'ai trouvé ça quand même blessant. C'est un point de privilège que j'aimerais faire, Madame la Présidente. J'ai trouvé ça quand même blessant parce qu'à chaque congrès, on propose la traduction simultanée aux délégués. Visiblement, ils s'en servent peu ou pas. Et là, vous avez parlé en français. Tout à l'heure, vous avez fait un appel au vote. Personne n'a voté. Je trouve ça super dommage comme francophone qu'à chaque fois, c'est l'anglais, c'est l'anglais, c'est l'anglais. Voilà, fait que c'était mon point de privilège que je voulais faire. Merci.
Merci, je comprends. Je continue à essayer de suivre en français, d'aider tout le monde à suivre en français pour ce bloc-là. Et merci de votre rappel. Alors, pour la résolution, on a les instructions. On va passer directement au vote pour faire le renvoi au comité. OK? Alors, si vous êtes en faveur, vous votez oui. Si vous voulez continuer le débat, vous votez non. C'est clair? Je ne vois pas les sous-titres, alors je ne sais pas si ça avance assez rapidement. Donc, tous ceux et celles en faveur de la motion de renvoi, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Contre? OK. La motion est rejetée. Alors, on continue le débat et on passe au microphone numéro 1.
This resolution matters because it goes to the very heart of who we are.
The New Democratic Party was not created as just another political option. It was created by working people and the labour movement to give workers a voice in this country. And that's not just history, that is our foundation. And it's our responsibility to clearly name it. Because nothing that defines Canada today happened by accident. Not universal health care, not pensions, not workplace rights. These were won because the working people organized and because New Democrats fought for these things. This amendment strengthens our preamble so it actually reflects the truth, that we are rooted in working people. We are proud of that history, and we carry it forward. And let's be honest, this is the clarity that we need right now. Workers across this country are struggling like never before. Rising costs, job insecurity, real fear about the future. And in that vacuum, we've seen Conservatives try to present themselves as the voice of working people. They've offered simple answers. They're speaking directly to workers' frustrations. And in too many places, that's cutting through. But let us be clear, that claim is false. Conservatives are not the party of working people. They are not the party that raises wages, expands public services, or strengthens workers' rights. We are. And if we do not say it clearly, if we do not root ourselves unapologetically in our identity, then we leave that space for others to take. But folks, we have the record. From healthcare to childcare to anti-scab legislation, dental care, progress in this country only happens when we as New Democrats fight for it. This resolution doesn't change who we are. It makes sure that we say it loudly, proudly, and without hesitation. At a moment when workers in this country are asking who is on their side, our answer has to be unmistakable. We are the party that built working people, that built up working people. We are the party that fights for them. And I urge everyone to strongly support this resolution. Let us be proud of who we are, and let's be clear of who we fight for. Because tonight, together, united, we are that party that's going to make a difference for workers right across this country.
Merci. Microphone numéro 3. Numéro 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken McDougall. I'm from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. I'm not speaking against this motion so much as the fact that I am disappointed that it does not include the working immigrant families and agricultural producers right now, small farmers that, to be blunt, formulated this party on the basis of being exploited by capitalist enterprises in the United States and Central Ontario, discriminating against them, gouging for prices, the same kind of problems that every worker in this country has a problem with. I've been a union rep for 5 different teaching communities and was once an organizer for the Teamsters. I know what I'm talking about. But I'm telling you this, and I would like somebody to make a motion, since I don't have the preparation here at this time. I would like somebody to include at least the persons who are working in the agricultural sector who benefited, not necessarily benefited so much as advocated for the formation of this party. And if they are not included and we continue to ignore the issues pertaining to our rural communities and our agricultural sector, particularly in terms of climate change, we are not going to win the prairies again. And please, so would somebody please move that amendment? Thank you.
Merci. Microphone numéro 4.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name's Rob Ashton, and I'm a delegate from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I'm the national president of the International Longshore Warehouse Union of Canada. And you might have guessed I'm a leadership candidate. So I rise in support of this resolution. Why? It's because workers don't see us or see themselves in us anymore. The vast majority of workers out there, they identify that cosplaying conservative leader Polyev as a worker, which should be shameful, because we are the party of workers. We are the working class party. And we must put it in our Constitution. And I heard what our friend said on the previous speaker, talking about farmers, how they built this party. Farmers are part of the working class. Farmers are workers in this country. These farmers were created, the NDP and the CCF, just like every other worker in this country. We must tell workers that they have a home. Right now, as we speak, there's 50 workers from this building, custodians that are organizing with the SEIU Local 2. In the building we're here right now. We must tell them that the NDP is their home. My friends, for us to move forward, for us to be successful across this country, we have to include workers in our Constitution. We have to listen to the working class and fight like hell for them and defend them from people like, what the hell's that guy's name? The Prime Minister? Oh, Carney. And that cosplaying Polyev, because they're not workers. We're the working class party. We're going to put it in our Constitution, and we're going to fight like hell for every worker across this country. Thank you very much.
Merci. Microphone numéro 4. Numéro 2, je veux dire. Désolé.
Hi, I'm Roxana Petkova. I'm from Beaches East York. My pronouns are she, her, elle, and en français. It's going to be really hard to follow Rob Ashton. Amazing speaker. We are a working class party. I think most of us in this room are behind that, and while we can debate on the specific words and who is and isn't included, I think our Constitution needs to recognize that. And I also recognize there is, I'm sorry, I'm speaking way too fast. Let me slow down for the closed captioning. I'm so sorry, I get excited. There is other important business that we need to get to today that will enable us to organize more effectively going into the future, and that is why I call this question.
Okay, so next time, I was gonna test the floor, but please just call the question without comment, otherwise we're not following our process. So, is there a seconder? Okay, on va pratiquer en français. Tous ceux et celles en faveur, est-ce qu'on cesse le débat et on passe au vote? Veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Merci. OK, pour le vote, on va passer directement au vote. Il s'agit d'une modification des statuts, donc on a besoin de 2 tiers. OK? Pour cette résolution, 2 tiers pour que ça soit adopté. Donc, veuillez lever vos cartes et les garder levées pendant le vote pour que je puisse bien voir. Tous ceux et celles en faveur de 07 03 52, levez vos cartes. Merci. Contre? Merci, c'est adopté. On continue. Oh. Microphone numéro 2, il y a un point?
Yes, bonjour, hi. My name is Parker Tian. I'm representing Vancouver Quadra. Just to reply my Franco comrades' point of privilege earlier, as you can see, I do have one of the translating device. However, I'd like to raise this to the chair's concern that the sign-out process for this device is not necessarily the best because it requires you to fill the form and give a piece of your ID, and most people don't even know where to get it, which is behind the registration table. And also, like, they don't have enough pens when we're there, so there was a very long line up. So, and also for the device itself, because it's using infrared technology, you have to kind of like position it so it can receive the signal, and it has 3 channels, like 0 is for floor, I think, 1 is for English, 2 is for French. So I think the process of checking it out and for delegates to use them is just not as clear, which is why a lot of delegates don't have that. So I would like to bring this to the attention of the chair so we can like improve the process for the remainder of the convention.
Thank you, Delegate, and we'll see if we can do better for tomorrow. Go ahead.
Jumping into number 070434, entitled Establishing a Victory Fund for Young Candidates. Be it resolved that Canada's NDP commit to establishing a victory fund for youth candidates prior to the next scheduled federal election year.
Do you have a point?
Yeah. Yes.
Go ahead. Microphone 1.
Some of us, it's not a matter of translation. It's a matter of not having poor hearing, and everything is going too fast, and we need to read, whether it's in English or French, we need to read it, and oftentimes, by the time I get through it, the vote has occurred, and I don't know what we've done. So, s'il vous plaît, lentement. Merci.
Oui, on va tout ralentir. OK. Alors, on commence au microphone numéro 4.
Hello, my name is Linnea. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a delegate from the University of King's College, NDP, in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Thank you. I'm also the newly elected CYND co-chair and co-chair of the Nova Scotia Young New Democrats. So I wrote this resolution based on my experience as the provincial and federal candidate for the NDP in Don Valley West. When I was provincial candidate, the Ontario NDP's Youth Victory Fund enabled my campaign to get signs, lit, and campaign staff. In an under-resourced riding, it helped us build something from almost nothing. Now, the reality is that, like me, a lot of young candidates run in under-resourced ridings where there may not be an active EDA to support them. But that doesn't mean that they don't want to run serious campaigns. Young people are more than just paper candidates. In the last federal election, ridings like Willowdale, Oakville East, Cloverdale, Langley City, Regina, Wascana, Trois-Rivières, and so many more had serious and determined young candidates step up and try and represent their communities in the House of Commons. These young people are recognized as equity-deserving by the NDP, but are the only equity-deserving group without their own dedicated equity fund. The House of Commons should be as diverse as the population that it serves, meaning that we need to elect more young New Democrats. I urge everyone here today to vote for this motion. Thank you so much.
Merci. Microphone numéro 2. Microphone numéro 2.
Well, I guess speak. Like to. Hello. So I would just like to quickly say that young candidates have not been in their fields for as long and do not have as much savings as older candidates. And for that reason, they need to have more support than older candidates because they cannot put as much money in themselves. That's all.
Okay. Just a reminder, if you're speaking against the resolution, you would be at that mic. I'm trying to alternate between in favor and against. It makes it hard when folks are at the wrong mic. And sometimes I can't tell how you are, what position you're taking until you're further ahead in your, in your intervention. So I'm going to go to microphone 1.
Salut, mon nom est Gabriel Jean, Hill. Je viens de Montréal, à NDG Westmount. Puis je suis ici pour pousser pour cet amendement. Comme je suis parti du GNDQ, alors les Jeunes Nouveaux Démocrates du Québec, puis simplement, si on veut être une partie qui va être capable de pousser pour le futur, puis être capable de vraiment être là pour les jeunes qui continuent à se pousser vers les libéraux puis les conservateurs. Faut qu'on montre qu'on est capable d'avoir des candidats qui sont jeunes, qui sont capables de pousser pour le futur. Simplement, c'est très difficile à avoir it's difficult to have fundraising anywhere across the country, but especially for young people who right now economically might not have the means to be able to, provide money to the party to the same capacity as older people. I think that if we can really show as a party that we hold young people up to the same standard as everybody else and that we're willing to fight for them, that they will come up and they will show up at the polls for us and that they will allow us to be pushed into government. Thank you.
Merci. I'm going to propose that we go to the vote on this resolution and maybe try and squeeze one more, if you are all okay with that. Yes? So we'll go right to the vote on 070434. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Opposed? It carries, so we'll try and squeeze one more in.
Résolution 07-05-37, explorer l'adhésion unifiée. Il est résolu que le Parti fédéral mette sur pied un groupe de travail dirigé par la ou le directrice nationale chargé d'étudier la possibilité d'un système d'adhésion unifié et ou d'un cadre réglementaire avec les sections provinciales. Et il est en outre résolu que si le groupe de travail ne parvient pas à conclure un accord viable avec les sections provinciales, ce groupe de travail proposera un prochain congrès des modifications constitutionnelles établissant une adhésion de MPD fédéral régie par le MPD fédéral avec ses propres tarifs et règles et supprimant de notre Constitution la compétence exclusive des provinces en matière d'adhésion.
Merci. On commence au microphone numéro 4. Est-ce que vous êtes prêts?
Hello, everybody. My name is Eileen, and I am from the Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam EDA. So I am in support of this. Every single day, New Democrats across the country try to renew their membership, volunteer with their riding association, or run for a position for their AGM, only to find their membership information is wrong, outdated, or lost somewhere in between like provincial and federal databases. This isn't a small administrative headache. This is a trust and competency problem when a member renews through their provincial party and the federal party has no idea it happened. That member rightly asked, does my party have what it needs to, or like has this act together? Because the unfortunate answer right now is not always. This resolution is built around cooperation. It says, let's sit down together and find a solution that works. A unified system, common rules, data that actually flows between organizations the way our members already flow between them. If the working group is unable to produce a cooperative solution, then we take the next step. A federal membership governed federally with clear rules, and that every Canadian New Democrat can count on no matter where they live. Our members deserve a party that knows who they are. I ask delegates to support this resolution. Let's build a membership system worthy of the movement we are asking people to join and show Canadians that we are a serious party that is ready to govern. Thank you.
Merci. Il ne reste plus de temps pour ce bloc, alors on va passer directement au vote sur la résolution 07-05-37. Tous ceux et celles en faveur de la résolution, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Merci. La résolution est adoptée. Est-ce qu'il y a un point au microphone numéro 2? Non? OK. Alors, merci beaucoup et merci aux membres du comité. On va passer à la prochaine étape sur l'ordre du jour et j'invite Maxime Baudouin à vous joindre.
Bonjour. On passe maintenant à un message de la prochaine intervenante. C'est vraiment un honneur en tant que militant syndical du Québec de vous présenter Magali Picard. Magali est la présidente de la FTQ, élue en janvier 2023, puis réélue pour un deuxième mandat en novembre 2025. C'est une fière membre de la nation Wendat et militante pour le droit des peuples autochtones et des femmes. Depuis ses débuts dans le militantisme syndical en 1999, Magali a mené une brillante carrière au sein du mouvement ouvrier. Elle a œuvré pour la dignité et l'équité des travailleuses et des travailleurs, gravissant rapidement les échelons grâce à son leadership et son engagement. Please look to the screen for a message from Magali Picard. Veuillez consulter les écrans pour un message de Magali Picard.
Bonjour, Magali Picard, présidente de la FTQ. Alors, bonjour à vous tous, délégués du Congrès du NPD. J'espère que vous êtes en forme parce que les défis sont grands. Les défis sont grands pour le NPD, mais les défis sont grands pour tout le monde. Il y a une montée de la droite à travers le monde, une montée de la droite également au Québec, au Canada, des projets de loi anti-travailleurs comme on n'a jamais vu au Québec. Alors, on est extrêmement préoccupés de ce qui se passe. Puis là, je vous parle, j'ai pas la solution. Je suis pas capable de vous dire qu'est-ce qui fait que nos membres, les travailleurs syndiqués, la classe moyenne, les moins bien nantis, sont en train de choisir des gouvernements qui sont pas là pour eux, des gouvernements qui les étouffent actuellement. C'est difficile de comprendre comment ça se fait qu'on s'est vraiment éloigné de notre monde comme ça. Mais il y a une chose qui est certaine, il faut comprendre qu'il y a un message là, qui est clair. Le message, c'est qu'on doit travailler différemment, on doit penser différemment, on doit être plus sur le terrain. Alors, vous allez avoir là, quelques jours ensemble, penser en dehors de la boîte. On peut juste pas continuer à faire ce qu'on a fait. Regardons les résultats, autant chez vous que chez nous. Alors, moi, en tout cas, j'ai encore envie de croire qu'il n'est pas trop tard. Envie de croire qu'on peut avoir un avenir meilleur. Puis pour ça, bien, ça prend des partis progressistes, ça prend des politiciens, des politiciennes qui sont là pour le vrai monde. Alors, vous avez le cœur à la bonne place, vous avez les valeurs qu'il faut. Maintenant, comment les communiquer, comment expliquer à tout le monde, finalement, qu'on ne peut pas travailler juste pour le 1% de riches. On doit s'occuper de tout le monde et laisser personne derrière. Bien, c'est ça, le défi. Puis moi, bien, je vais travailler là-dessus avec notre grande famille à la FTQ, avec le CTC, puis avec vous au NPD et tous les partis progressistes. Alors, lâchons pas, gardons espoir. Je suis convaincue qu'on va y arriver. Puis c'est ensemble que ça va être possible. Salut, puis bon congrès à tout le monde.
Bienvenue encore. We have dealt with the Constitution and party affairs. Now we're moving into our first policy block of resolutions as it relates to the NDP's policy book. We are in Section 4, Redefining Canada's Place in the World, beginning on page 111. Before we start, I would like to introduce Angela McEwen and Armand Singh, who will be our readers for this section. The resolution you are debating will be displayed on the screen. I will remind you again about the merits of the yellow card. Si vous avez une identité sexuelle qui n'est pas homme, vous pouvez utiliser cette carte ici pour prioritaire au micro. I think we're ready. Committee, do you feel ready? Let's go. I am calling Resolution 417.
Le titre de cette bloc de résolution s'appelle « Redéfinir la place du Canada dans le monde ». Combler les failles dans les exportations d'armes. Il est résolu que les néo-démocrates demandent au gouvernement de combler les lacunes dans les lois canadiennes sur les exportations d'armes qui permettent aux armes et composantes de fabrication canadiennes de se retrouver entre les mains de gouvernements accusés de crimes de guerre et d'atteinte aux droits humains. Il est en outre résolu que les néo-démocrates s'efforcent de minimiser tout impact que ce changement pourrait avoir sur les travailleuses et travailleurs canadiens et canadiennes.
La résolution est proposée. Est-ce qu'il y a un appuyeur? C'est proposé et appuyé. Personne déléguée au micro 4.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Avi Lewis. Mes pronoms sont he, him, il. And I am from the great riding of Vancouver-Granville. I rise in support of this motion in the spirit of our great MP, Jenny Kwan, who has brought private members' legislation on this same topic. I'm thinking the words of our great premier here in Manitoba, Wab Kinew, are still ringing in this hall. The NDP must be a force for moral clarity in Canada and make Canada a moral voice on the world stage. And that's what this resolution does. Our government has lied time and time again about selling arms and arms washing through the United States to go to states like Israel, which is still at this very moment committing genocide in Gaza. And New Democrats say that must stop. We have a plan from our Prime Minister, a new defense industrial strategy that promises to spend $500 billion in the next decade on weapons and war. We understand that Canadians are afraid. Everyone in this world is afraid. We understand that we need a modern military which is well equipped. We do not want to be a major source of arms on this planet. We have other uses for that money. And we need an independent foreign policy which is independent from that of Donald Trump. This resolution speaks to the heart of who we are as Canadians and what kind of future we want to build as New Democrats. If there are vast resources available in this country, let's put them to healthcare. Let's put them to a Green New Deal. Let's get off oil and gas and build renewable energy. Let's have all of the social services that we need. We do not need to be selling arms on the world stage, and we do not need them to go to regimes that are violating human rights, violating international law, and committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Est-ce qu'il y a une personne au micro 3?
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Barbara Walder de la Colombie. I'm with the EDA Burnaby North Seymour. Happy to be here with all my fellow delegates. So I am also with the Socialist Caucus, and I will be putting my name in to be a council representative, BC regional representative later. So, of course, we don't like the arms loophole. We want to oppose the arms loophole. But why was this whole thing proposed in the Parliament and elsewhere? In the first place, it was to stop the genocide, to stop the Israeli Zionist U.S. aggression that Canada somewhat supports or is not that strong about opposing. And so we think there should be a more comprehensive resolution, something like this. NDP demand the termination of Canada's role as an accomplice of Palestinian genocide and insist on the immediate implementation of the following measures. Comprehensive two-way arms embargo on Israel. Domestic legal accountability and enforcement of economic mechanisms against Zionist and Western colonial settler occupation. International diplomatic and legal measures to condemn and isolate Israel, USA for crimes against humanity. Material support for Palestinian liberation, including the right to armed resistance, self-determination, liberation, and the return of refugees from the river to the sea. Long live the struggle of the Palestinian people.
Microphone 1.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Jenny Kwan. I'm the Member of Parliament for Vancouver East. And I stand here before you as a proud New Democrat. And I want to thank the community in standing forward, in coming forward to say that Canada must not be complicit in its arms export, in crimes against humanity, in crimes against people across the world. What's going on in Gaza, what's going on in Sudan, what's going on in Saudi Arabia. Canada must not have our arms and weaponry to be folded in raining down destruction on civilians. We had in the House of Commons my private member's bill, Bill C-233, and there was so much effort across the communities from coast to coast to coast, urging the government to support the bill. Sadly, the Liberals voted against it. But one thing I want to say, that there were 15 Liberal members who voted for the bill and another 14 that abstained. It is the first time in the House of Commons where they broke ranks with Carney. And I gotta tell you, this ought not be a political issue. We're talking about humanity, we're talking about lives, and Canada must not be complicit in war crimes and in genocide. So this is what this resolution is about, and I want to say, New Democrats stand proud always on the right side of history. New Democrats always stand up for people. New Democrats always stand up for international law. And this is what this resolution is also about. And finally, I'll raise this. Carney, in Budget 2025, brought forward a budget with $81 billion allocated for defense. In the meantime, Canadians are suffering, they're not getting their supports, and they are in stealth cutting programs. But equally important, he has signed on right out of the gate in support an illegal war in Iran. And for all we know, there are Canadian arms and weaponry and technology that's been folded in that kill the children in the school. And still, the Liberals could not have the wherewithal to say, no, Canada will not be complicit. And so as he's moving in that direction, all the more that we need to stand up to provide that leadership and to say that New Democrats will always lead the way, and New Democrats are needed in the House of Commons to make sure these voices are respected.
Thank you, Delegate. This is an important block about issues I think that you care about. I'm going to test the House and see if you are ready to vote. Those in favor of ceasing debate, please show. Down. Thank you. Opposed? We will move directly to the vote on Resolution 040107, Closing Arms Exports Loopholes. Tous celles et ceux qui sont en faveur, levez vos cartes. Merci. Et celles et ceux qui opposent. La résolution a été adoptée. Comité.
Thank you. The title of the next resolution is Exploring Closer Canada-European Union Relations. Be it resolved that the NDP express its support for Canada to explore, through open and inclusive public dialogue, the possibility of closer political and economic association with and possible membership of the European Union.
Microphone 4.
Hi there. My name's Adam Schmidt, and I'm a delegate for the BCYND. As someone who grew up in Germany and has a German citizenship, I must say I speak in support of this resolution. Although the EU may not be perfect and is currently backsliding on a couple of things and is moving to the right, in the face of an unstable and frankly crazy US quote-unquote ally, we need to diversify our trade and our allies. And this doesn't have to do with just trade. It has to do with minor things such as regulation. Too long have we aligned ourselves with the US at the detriment of our health, safety, and financial competitiveness. As an example, Canada is one of the two countries in the world which has different elevator regulations, and this leads to an oligopoly where only the biggest free elevator companies actually certify their elevator to operate here. So we end up with more expensive elevators, which results in accessibility concerns for many people as less residential buildings end up installing elevators. Even such things as cars and headlights. We can't import cars from a lot of the parts around the world because our regulations are frankly just different. We also can't export our cars around the world because our regulations don't align. This has historically been done with the benefit of the US in mind, especially with CUSMA and the trade negotiations that we also currently have gone on are part of this. However, seeing as we can't trust the US anymore, I support the motion that we get closer to the EU because we need to have allies who ultimately stand up for us and our values. Thank you.
Microphone 2. Micro 2.
Bonjour tout le monde. James Newman, he, him, il, lui, de Montréal-Québec, la circonscription de Huntsic-Cartierville. Et je vais continuer en anglais. I rise against this resolution because while I have great respect for the EU has been a great force in defending the rights of its citizens, particularly in the fields of data privacy and holding corporations accountable, and is certainly a firm force of opposition against the agenda of Donald Trump. There is one part of this resolution which brings me strongly against it. The last sentence, possible membership of the European Union. Now, I respect the intent of the people who wrote this, and certainly part of me wishes I could be an EU citizen. I'd have loved to have gone on Erasmus as a youth. But Article 49 of the Maastricht Treaty, which created the European Union, states clearly that membership is available only to any European state, which respects the values referred to in Article 2. So my problem with adopting this resolution and campaigning for it as a party if we adopt it is twofold. One, obviously, I do not believe the EU will accept membership. I believe there's many countries who do not have great relationships with Canada that are members of the EU who would veto accession. And secondly, on a moral principle, and I do not assume any ill intent, to be clear, of the people who wrote this motion, we are not part of Europe. We are a country founded on the lands that belong to the Indigenous peoples of North America, the First Nations, the Métis, the Inuit, the Anishinaabe and Dene and other peoples of Treaty 1, the Kanien'kehá:ka around Montreal where I live. And we cannot be a party that truly honors that title, that heritage, that history, and those people, and then go abroad to other countries and argue that we are a European state. I yield my time. Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tony Orbello. I'm the QPBC Secretary-Treasurer, and thank you. And I reside in Surrey, BC. This resolution invites us to think strategically about Canada's place in a rapidly changing world. As global tensions rise and traditional alliances shift, Canada must strengthen relationships with partners who share our commitment to democracy, workers' rights, climate action, and strong public services. Closer engagement with the European Union offers real opportunities. It can mean deeper cooperation on industrial policy, joint climate initiatives, research and innovation partnerships, and stronger standards on labor protections and environmental sustainability in trade and investment. But let's be clear, closer relations never mean weaker protections at home. New Democrats must ensure that any strengthened partnerships supports Canadian jobs, protects public services from privatization, and raises standards rather than driving a race to the bottom. This resolution is not about signing a blank check. It's about opening the door to values-driven cooperation with allies who are also navigating the challenges of inequality and climate emergencies in the midst of Donald Trump's non-stop chaos. Canada should not face these challenges alone. Let's explore partnerships that reflect our principles and strengthen our sovereign, oh my God, I can't read today, sovereignty. Anyways, sovereignty. Thank you. Please support this resolution.
Thank you. Delegates, I'm going to remind you that if you have other duties, you could take them out in the hall. It's getting difficult to hear, and it's important that we do our work in a way that everyone can attend. Microphone 3. Do you need your light turned down, Delegate? Microphone 3. Can we dim the spotlights on the microphones? Great. Go ahead, Delegate on 3.
Salut encore tout le monde. I am Barbara Waldern from the Burnaby North Seymour EDA, and I'm with the Socialist Caucus. And I very strongly object to this resolution. Do you have any idea how much the European Union is destroying industry and life for the working class in Europe? They're creating more and more debt. They are subordinating the interests of the people in Europe and their grand history and culture to U.S. interests. They are carrying out anti-people, anti-Europe actions. And the debt is rising, the economic crisis is deepening, the European Union authorities are directly responsible. They want to subvert everybody's life to the big banks, the old aristocracy in Europe, and serve the ruling classes and U.S. imperialism. They are pro-war. They are prolonging the war against Ukraine. They are not outspoken against the genocide in Palestine and elsewhere. They support Israeli Zionist aggression around West Asia and around the world. They are part of militarization of the world, the expansion of military bases and military exercises. They are bad news. No, we should not be associated. Yes, we should look to building more relations, new relations. We don't have to negotiate with the European Union to have renewed relations with European countries. Besides all that, Carney is already doing this job, right? So what is this resolution for? I totally object it. Don't vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Friends, you've heard from 2 voices in favor and 2 against. I'm trying to balance your view to be heard on this issue with your obvious desire to debate a number of resolutions. It is your meeting and your choice. Are you ready to end debate on this resolution? Those in favor show. Those opposed? I think those in favor were successful. We're going to go to the vote on this resolution. Those in favor of Resolution 4-13, Exploring Closer Canada-European Union Relations, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? Could I have the House lights up a little bit so I can see the seated delegates? Thank you, Down. I'm not able to see you properly enough to determine how that went. I'm going to ask for a little bit more House lights. And now, as you are able, please rise if you're in favor of the resolution about the European Union. Thank you. Down. As you are able, those opposed, please rise. I think this is defeated, friends. Committee, a point on microphone 2?
If possible, would...
Let's have some volume on microphone 2, please.
Hi there, sorry. Adam Schmidt from the BCYND. Would it be possible to call division on that vote?
It is, again, a balanced delegate between being heard on this resolution and having some clarity and debating the other important issues before us. I will ask the House. Calling division is a call for a standing vote, which will require that we call our volunteer balloting committee to the floor, that you stand up until you are counted and asked to sit down for the pros, and then for the con. And then at some point, some numbers will be tabulated and will come to me, which would give us some clarity. It is your right to do this if the Assembly wants it. Equally, we could move on. Is there a seconder for the call for a standing vote? I see a mover and a seconder. Those in favor of having a standing vote on that resolution, please show. Those opposed? We will not have a standing vote on that resolution. Committee.
Renforcer l'accès mondial aux vaccins et l'équité en matière de santé. Il est résolu que le NPD canadien soutient 1. Les efforts multilatéraux visant à réformer de manière permanente et équitable l'accord ADPIC. 2. L'intégration des normes d'accès aux médicaments et des droits de la personne dans la politique commerciale du Canada. 3. La réforme de la loi canadienne sur les brevets afin de défendre l'équité en matière de santé publique mondiale. 4. Les dispositions proposées dans l'accord de l'OMS sur les pandémies visant à modifier les obstacles liés à la propriété intellectuelle avant les inévitables pandémies mondiales futures. 5. Les initiatives visant à accroître la capacité de production nationale dans les pays à faible revenu.
La résolution a été proposée et appuyée. Maintenant, débat. Personne déléguée au micro 4. Microphone 4.
Oh, thank you. So hello, everybody. My name is Eileen Jamil, and I am a delegate from the Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam EDA. So I grew up in a country called Pakistan, and I moved here when I was 19, and I got my citizenship like about 3 years ago. And as, well, I grew up fairly privileged, so I did get all my vaccines. But around me, there are still kids, even now, but back then in like 2005, there were kids who got polio. There's polio in our waters, and it does kill a ton of people in my country. And I really think this resolution is highly important because if we are going to be a country which wants to actually help people everywhere around the country, and we are going to be a party about worker solidarity, giving vaccines to the workers, because most of the people who were actually affected by this are low income and general workers. This is a part of solidarity to give them vaccines, to actually help their kids not die of preventable diseases. And I think Canada is in a position, and especially in the current world stage, that we can actually deliver this and save a ton of lives and actually show that, hey, we at the NDP are in worker solidarity, not with just Canadians, but also the rest of the workers of the world. Thank you.
Microphone 3.
Instructions. I would like the resolution committee to update the resolution to insert the content into the policy book in the appropriate section.
Oh, yeah. Do you have a view about what section that is? No. There is a motion to refer to the resolutions committee with instructions to refer to the section in the policy book into which this would be added. This referral means this resolution would come away from the floor, go to resolutions. It would come back if there is time. If there is a seconder for the motion to refer. Yes? Okay, I see a seconder. Delegates, you will vote about whether you would like to refer this resolution to the committee with instructions to identify a part of the policy book it will appear in. If you vote yes, it will go away to the committee and come back if there's time. If you vote no, we'll continue debate right here. Is this a point, are you unclear on the process? Go ahead, microphone 4.
I just want to ask, would we still be voting on to pass this if this goes through? Like, what is exactly happening right now?
What's happened now is a delegate has asked to send this resolution to the Resolutions Committee to work on it and to bring back a change. It's like an amendment, but we can't have amendments here. So what the delegate did was suggest this resolution go to the Resolutions Committee with some instructions to identify a part of the policy book that it will fit in. The House now gets to decide whether you want that to happen. And if you vote yes, it goes to the committee, who will bring it back if there's time. If you vote no, we stay here and we continue debate. C'est clair pour tout le monde? Oui, OK. Ceux qui sont en faveur de la proposition de renvoyer cette résolution au comité, those in favor of the referral, please show. Thank you. Down. Those opposed? The motion to refer is defeated. We'll continue debate. I see the delegate on microphone 1.
Thank you. Merci. I grew up in a time before there was universal health care, and I was very fortunate to have a parent who worked for a union, and they came in with physicians and surgeons insurance. I was able to get my vaccines, but not everybody got them. So one of the things the community that I was raised in did was establish a free vaccine for all the schools. Now, why am I mentioning this now? Because while we now have universal health care, my grandchildren don't have all their vaccines. And why don't they? Because their pediatrician retired. And they'd been looking and looking and looking. And finally, they've got interviews for coverage. But they haven't heard back yet. And so it's been difficult to figure out whether they should stay home, whether they should go to school, missing some education to keep them safe. And I don't care how we do it, if we have vaccine in the schools like they used to do in the 1950s, or whether we just make sure everybody has a doctor, but everybody has to have their vaccines to keep us safe, and that's why I'm for this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate. Microphone 2. Micro 2.
Period. Talal Wolf, representing University of Waterloo, NDP. I would like to call the question.
The question's been called. Is there a seconder to end debate? Those in favor of ending debate, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? We will end debate and go directly to the vote on Resolution 4332, Strengthening Global Vaccine Access and Health Equity. Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? The resolution carries. Thank you. Committee.
The next resolution is No Golden Dome. Be it resolved, the New Democratic Party of Canada will oppose Canada's participation in the Trump regime's Golden Dome defense system.
Microphone 1.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stefan von Sachowski. I'm the president of the Vancouver and District Labour Council. We represent approximately 90 local unions with over 60,000 members in Metro Vancouver and Sea to Sky. And this resolution was submitted by our delegates. Some time ago, this matter was in the media and was generating some heated debate. But more recently, in recent months, we've seen the actions of Donald Trump and also Benjamin Netanyahu plunge an entire region and threaten to plunge the entire world into war at massive humanitarian cost. And billions of dollars are being spent on death and destruction rather than the needs of people. We've just discussed the need for an independent path for Canada. We need an independent foreign policy, one that's based on peace and dialogue, one that respects sovereignty and national rights of self-determination. We cannot tie ourselves to a Trump regime led by a warmonger, a fascistic regime, which has threatened the annexation of our country. We cannot tie our national defense to such a regime. It's madness. Now, $61 billion would pay for a lot of health care. It would pay for a lot of childcare. It would pay for a lot of housing, a lot of job creation, a lot of public transit. But it does not need to pay for a weapons system that is ultimately owned and controlled by a country that threatens our very existence. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2. And delegates again, if you have business other than debating this resolution, I'll invite you to go outside. For the information of folks in the hall, there are 27 minutes remaining in this debate block. Microphone 2.
Hi. Mia Valliere, Ottawa Centre. It feels strange to be at a con mic for this resolution. If you ask any of my friends, they'll tell you I have many unparliamentary things to say about Trump's Golden Dome and the threat it poses to Canada's and global security. But in true New Democratic fashion, I have to say that this resolution does not go far enough. There are significant things missing from here. Trump's Golden Dome isn't an original idea cooked up in one fascist's head. It's inspired by Israel's Iron Dome. Well, the pause that the Liberals put on arms exports to Israel had exceptions, including exports for the Iron Dome. And first and foremost, there can be no exceptions when it comes to genocide. Second, Minister Annan's spokesperson admitted that Canada shipped $2.3 million of goods to Israel's Iron Dome. $2.3 million worth of goods made by Canadian workers. New Democrats are fed up with loopholes, and we have to oppose all of them. Carney has already made Canada complicit in horrors beyond our worst nightmares. And if we're going to stand up, we can't limit ourselves. For this resolution to meet its full potential, it should read, no Golden Dome, no Iron Dome, not today, not ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Microphone 3.
Hi, Cliff Ralph from New Westminster, he, him. I'd like to call the question, please.
Is there a seconder for the question? Are you ready to end debate on Resolution 4422, no Golden Dome? Please show. Down, thank you. Opposed? We will move directly to the vote on 4422, no Golden Dome. Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? The resolution carries. Committee.
Politique étrangère féministe. Il est résolu que les néo-démocrates condamnent l'abandon par Mark Carney de l'égalité des genres sur la scène internationale. Il est en outre résolu que les néo-démocrates réaffirment l'engagement du Canada envers l'égalité des genres et le féminisme en tant que pilier central de la politique étrangère du Canada.
There is a point of information. What information do you seek? Microphone 2.
Hi there, Adam Schmidt from BCYND. I would just like to inquire, when people make the argument that they support the motion but it doesn't go far enough, is that a con point or is that a pro point?
It's a good question, friend, and one of my favorites. It is correct to go to a con microphone if you oppose the resolution so strongly that you will not be able to vote in favor of it. Our resolutions are aspirational. They don't always cover every point. It is advisable that if you oppose a resolution and you actually oppose it, that you go to a con mic. It's also a part of our tradition for the YNDC to go to a microphone and say this doesn't go far enough, so we can check it off on our convention bingo sheet. But it's a very well made point of order, and I would indulge you, if you can support it at all but would like more, make your way to a pro microphone and drive us to the left from the in favor side. Microphone 1.
Hi, Siobhan Vipond, and I am the Federal Labor Vice President. She, her, L. I rise in strong support of this resolution, and I thank those who put it forward. We just came back from the UN in New York about a week ago. We go down there with a bunch of trade union women from across the country, and we go down there to hear what is happening and also to push forward about what needs to happen so that we can get to a world of gender equity. What we're seeing globally is a pushback to the idea that we should even have these discussions. There's a pushback on the language around gender, the pushback on the language around DEI, a pushback around including a conversation around women's rights and calling it gender. The reality is that when we push nationally, when we push internationally, we win for women. And we will never have an equal world if we don't address that we do not have gender equity here in Canada or abroad. And the Carney government is single-handedly not actually following through on that commitment. They have let the ambassador position internationally drop, and they're not filling it. They have had to be pressured to continue funding, which was a small amount of money, but in terms of their budget, but we had to push them so that they were supporting feminist organizations in what they were doing here and abroad. And then we also have to keep pushing them to make sure that we take our position in the world as leadership. The other side is well-funded, they are evil, and they are pushing against what makes this world good. And so I am applauding that as New Democrats, we will make sure that we are standing up for gender equity. We are standing up, not just at home, but everywhere. Because when one person is hurt, we are all hurt. So together, my friends, let's support this.
Thank you, delegates. Microphone 3.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jasmine Pearden. My pronouns are she, her, and my EDA is Laurier St. Marie, and I'm running for president of the NDP. I, of course, would support a feminist foreign policy, but I have concern with the wording of this resolution. This resolution washes the true history of Canada's feminist foreign policy. Under this policy, the Auditor General even reported Global Affairs Canada was unable to demonstrate how Canada's feminist policy contributed to improving gender equality in low-income and middle-income countries. The liberal feminist foreign policy rhetoric is marketing designed to convince progressives. In some instances, the government simply labels initiatives designed to promote Canada's global mining corporations as feminist assistance. As New Democrats, we are under no obligation to further launder a liberal falsehood that they ever had a feminist foreign policy. It is our obligation to be honest about what our country does internationally and that it exploits natural resources in poor countries to benefit capitalists in wealthier parts of the world. Thank you.
Microphone 4.
Phoebe Chow, she, her, delegating body, Ottawa Vanier. And look, I get the concerns from the delegate on the con mic, but frankly, I think we can chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. We can be critical of our history as a colonial Western power, while also affirming that it is important that we have a feminist policy. Sure, some of it is performance. So is all of our liberal international order. If I were writing this resolution, I would have included, it should be a decolonial, intersectional feminist foreign policy, that it is something we are striving towards rather than, a past that we are necessarily affirming and there's a difference between continuity versus aspirationalism. Sure. but I would still encourage delegates to vote in favor of this resolution because it highlights a contrast between us and the Liberal Party and a changing world in an international order that is starting to forget about women once again. As soon as the economy becomes an issue, it seems we suddenly forget about minorities. And above all, the NDP should be there to fight against that tide, that hegemony, wherever it arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Microphone 2.
Hi, my name is John Yano, delegate from Vancouver Quadra, but currently living in Scarborough Agincourt. My pronouns are he, him, and I am rising on a point of privilege in that I find that our convention, we have a vast number of white males speaking at mics, and then white women come to the mic and say, oh, on the point of gender equality, we are superseding the order. I want people to check their privilege. There are a vast majority of diversity and equity people seeking to speak at this convention, and I think we should embrace them. Thank you.
That's a very well-made point, Delegate. Thank you. Microphone 1.
Yes, hello. My name is Janine Longley, pronouns she, her. I want to speak in favor of this resolution. In a moment where the Canadian government itself, the House of Commons, has less than 1/3 representatives who are women, and when Carney removed the Minister of Women's focus, it is more important than ever to make sure we as a party stand behind feminist policy and a feminist approach. I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you.
Microphone 3, micro 3.
Hello, bonjour, Alex Gange, Beausejour Riding, New Brunswick. I rise with the utmost empathy in opposition to this motion. I recognize the intent and the value that is furthered. However, I also recognize that a feminist foreign policy was used to justify the invasion in Afghanistan and killing 170,000 citizens and affecting millions more, and I fear this could be used to uphold further wars in the future. So while I am a proud feminist and proudly will stand for gender equality, I do worry about such a foreign policy being used to negatively impact the marginalized people we are talking about right now. And for that, I rise in the most empathetic form against this motion.
Thank you, Delegate. With the utmost respect for the delegates still at the microphones, I'm going to test the House. Those in favor of ending debate on Resolution 4514, Feminist Foreign Policy, please show. Thank you. Down. Those opposed? We're going to vote on Resolution 4514, Feminist Foreign Policy. Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? Thank you. The resolution carries. Committee.
Opposing Canada's complicity with the United Arab Emirates in support for the genocide in Sudan. Be it resolved that the New Democratic Party of Canada recognizes the atrocities in Sudan as a genocide and supports 1. Immediately suspending all arms exports, military cooperation, and security assistance to the United Arab Emirates. 2. Targeted sanctions on individuals, entities, and financial networks supporting the RSF and other perpetrators of genocide in Sudan. 3. Economic and political sanctions on UAE businesses and government officials to push for an end to the genocide in Sudan. 4. A comprehensive international arms embargo on all parties committing war crimes in Sudan. And 5, significantly increasing humanitarian assistance to the Sudanese civilians and refugees.
The resolution is moved and seconded. Personne déléguée au micro 4. Microphone 4.
Thank you for the opportunity, everyone. I am Ben Crick from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, Halifax, Nova Scotia overall, and I'm speaking in favor of this resolution because I think it is quite obvious that genocide is genocide and it has no place anywhere, anytime, ever. When you consider the scale of the Sudanese genocide, we have places such as in Darfur where you can see the actions of this genocide, such as enclosing entire cities in walls, as well as satellite proof of dead bodies in plain sight, wrecked cities in plain sight. This genocide is so open to the eye that it should be called for what it is, and we should be doing everything possible at every step of the way, through every body possible, to say this genocide is occurring, it should not be occurring, and we should be doing everything possible such that the people supporting, endorsing, funding, and arming this genocide cannot do so. And if they do so, they are hit with penalties, sanctions, blockades, whatever needed to say, hey, this is unacceptable in a world in which we want violence to not exist. You cannot be committing violence, and we will stand against that always.
Microphone 3.
John Nuttall, he, him, Waterloo. I have a point of information.
What information do you seek?
In the guide for writing resolutions for convention, I'm a little unclear. If we pass a resolution that speaks to our policy book but does not explicitly amend the policy book, will the resolution committee add it to the policy book on their own initiative, or does the resolution just get shelved into the minutes of the convention?
As I understand it, we're amending the policy book, and things we pass today and tomorrow and the next day will go into the policy book.
All right. Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Hello. My name is Peter Cohen. I'm from Oshawa, the Toronto area as well. I use he, him pronouns. I wanted to talk about the extent to which some Canadian companies are complicit. Complicit almost feels like too weak of a word. Canada has had maintained an arms embargo on Sudan since 2004 and sanctions against implicated groups and individuals since 2024. We have two major companies in Canada that have done everything they can to get around those regulations. Strike Group, which manufactures, for example, armored vehicles, got around Canada's regulations by just opening a factory in the UAE. And they have been condemned 3 times by the UN. And what has our government done so far? Referred the matter to the RCMP for investigation, and then the RCMP said, we don't have any intention of starting an investigation at this time. I think penalties are not strong enough. I would like to see these kinds of companies shut down entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Hello, bonjour. My name's Evan Kelly, he, they, ill pronouns, and I'd like to call the question.
The question has been called. Is there a seconder to end debate? I see it. Those in favor of ending debate, please show. Thank you. Down. Those opposed? We'll move directly to the vote on Resolution 4623, opposing Canada's complicity with the United Arab Emirates in support for the genocide in Sudan. Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? The resolution carries. For the information of the delegates, there are 10 minutes remaining in this section. Is that a point on mic 1? What is your point?
Hi there. Sabrina Payan-Smith, she, they, elle. J'aimerais juste rappeler aux gens l'équité de genre. I felt that gender parity was not very well respected in the last resolution debate. I just want to remind folks to consider that where they are in line, who has spoken. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We have an awkward procedural solution for the fact that some voices have dominated this hall in the past, and I'll draw people's attention at least on the question of gender to this colorful card. If you have a gender identity other than man, you can wave this at me and I'll move you up the line. But I think the point that we've heard before from another delegate is that there is a predominance of cis-het white dudes, and you might look and see who else is at the microphone behind you. I also sense some impatience to move along, and I'll give you a parliamentary procedure pro tip, which is if there's nobody at the microphone, we'll just vote. Calling the question is not absolutely compulsory. There are 9 minutes remaining. Committee.
Auprès de la Cour internationale de justice concernant le crime de génocide dans la bande de Gaza. Il est résolu que l'article 4,1F du cahier des politiques soit modifié pour inclure un troisième point. 3. Soumettre à la Cour internationale de justice une déclaration d'intervention dans l'affaire application de la Convention pour la prévention et la répression du crime du génocide dans la bande de Gaza, Afrique du Sud contre Israël.
The motion is moved and seconded. The delegate on microphone 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Ahmed. I'm delegated here from the Erin Mills Riding Association. So I thank Erin Mills for the delegation. Just in terms of motivation on this resolution, we all know that the near total devastation inflicted on the people, the infrastructure, and society in Gaza. We've all been keenly aware of that for the past 2.5 years. We've all seen the horror of Gazans having to live stream their own deaths and recording their last wills and testaments. On a near unanimous basis, every major human rights group has concluded that the Israeli assault on Gaza constitutes the crime of extermination and genocide. We will recall that one of Israel's first acts of war in Gaza was the attack on the Al-Ali Arab Hospital on October 17, 2023, instantly killing 500 people and injuring 400 more. This occurred just days after the conclusion of our party's 2023 convention. In fact, Israel's disproportionate response to the attacks of October 7th was the elephant in the room throughout our 2023 convention. World leaders have long warned Israel's war on Gaza will irreversibly negate the international rules of warfare and set a precedent by which those with power would treat those without and normalize genocide. The International Court of Justice is currently deliberating whether Israel has in fact violated the Genocide Convention. 18 countries have filed applications supporting that allegation, and it's long overdue that Canada join this list. NDP MPs have bravely condemned Israel's genocide on Gaza by sponsoring numerous petitions, private members' motions, and speaking openly about the ongoing genocide. It is past time that our policy on Palestine reflects the same, so I ask that we adopt this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Hello, Elizabeth Strange, she, her, L, Edmonton Center. I would like to move to refer this to committee. Do I motivate now?
What is your referral instructions?
To clarify the purpose and intent of this policy and if it is legally available.
That is not an appropriate referral. You have the resolution that is before you. The committee can give you no clarification because it's not their resolution. It's yours. It belongs to the hall now. Are you asking, is this possible?
I suppose I will just present my opinion on this, and if someone else wants to figure out how to refer this, feel free. So I have a Master's of Law in Public International Law, and I have gone to the International Court of Justice. And my concern is that it's unclear if this policy is asking for Canada to be an intervener or for the NDP to be an intervener. Canada could be an intervener. The NDP cannot be an intervener as we are not a state. There is also no mechanism for the NDP to file an amicus curiae brief regarding this court case. And the deadline to file an intervener is going to be closing quite soon. I know that many countries have filed intervener applications, and I am very much in support of the spirit of this resolution, but my concern is that, one, it's potentially not possible, and two, if we're putting into a policy book that is going to be long-living, the court case is not going to be forever. It will conclude, and we will have a policy that mentions a specific case. It would be more appropriate for us to say that we believe in Canada having intervener status when it's in regards to court cases that address the genocide in Palestine. But the way it's currently written, it's unclear, and I have legal concerns for us placing it into our policy book.
Thank you, Delegate. There are 3 minutes remaining. I'm going to hear from the delegate at microphone 4, and then we'll move to the vote. Microphone 4.
Thank you. Bill Sundu, Hamilton Thompson Nicola. If I may, I speak as accredited list of counsel at the International Criminal Court that deals with genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity and aggression. Now, that's a criminal court. The ICJ determines disputes between states. In respect to the last speaker, I have an objection. I think that's procedural fetishness. There's a fundamental question here of human rights. The world said never again. Canada was a founding member of the United Nations. John Humphrey helped write the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Canada was a founding member of the International Criminal Court. And the reality is that Paul Carney, Anita Anand have been silent, neutral, or tepid in their comments for supporting this fundamental human rights question. And if anybody opposes the idea that there's not genocide, let them go and argue it judiciously in the court. They will lose, but that's how law works. And Canada should stand and support that institution. Canada should support the concept of upholding the Genocide Convention, upholding international law, and put the human back in human rights. So I support endorsement of this resolution.
Thank you. I said we would vote. Those in favor of Resolution 4734, supporting South Africa's application to the International Court of Justice regarding crime of genocide in the Gaza Strip. Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Those opposed? The resolution carries. There's a minute and a half. Do you want to squeak another one? Committee.
Workers and citizens in international trade. Be it resolved that the NDP will press the government to only pursue trade agreements that, 1, prioritize enforceable and binding labor rights and standards and environmental standards, 2, protect the regulatory autonomy of governments at all levels, 3, reject investor-state dispute settlement provisions, 4, improve working conditions of workers in Canada and its trading partners, and 5, protect Canadian manufacturing and cultural industries. Be it resolved that the NDP will press the government to report on the sectoral and distributional human rights, labor, and environmental impacts before initiating formal trade talks, and be it resolved that the NDP will demand more accountability and transparency in trade negotiations, including a parliamentary vote and ratification of trade deals through the legislative process.
Microphone 4, do you have a point?
Yes, I want to speak on this resolution, so I was told to raise my hand.
I'm going to start with this obvious delegation here from Steel. This is a Steelworkers resolution, and then we'll come directly to you. Microphone 1, there's no time. Please be quick.
Okay, thank you. Meg Gingrich with the United Steelworkers. And we're speaking in favor of this resolution. You know, years of bad trade agreements have gotten us into a mess where we have a hollowed out manufacturing sector, you know, loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs, and we do not want to get into this situation again as we're trying to look beyond the United States to create new trade deals. Now, certainly we do need to diversify our trade agreements. We also need to protect our domestic industries and our public services and the good jobs that those create. And entering into corporate trade agreements that simply allow for easier access of cheaply made goods made under poor labor conditions and poor human rights conditions and poor environmental conditions, that's not what we want. That's not the direction we want to go in. So we urge support for this resolution that will ensure that we're making good trade deals that actually protect workers, public services, domestic industry, and allow Canada to maintain its sovereignty. Thank you.
Microphone 4, I'm going to risk getting the hook and give you a brief opportunity to speak before we vote. Microphone 4.
Okay, thanks. I'll be brief. I just want to highlight the part on ISDS, the Investor State Dispute Settlement. This is super important that we reject this completely. It gives corporations the right to sue the government for trying to regulate them. Like, for example, if a trade agreement with the United States, if it has ISDS, then an American company can sue the Canadian government for trying to protect, let's say, wildlife, if that infringes on their profits. Obviously, there's certain, it'll be pages and pages of legalese, but that is the point. That is suing governments, suing the people for daring to regulate capitalism. Thank you.
Friends, I said that we would vote. Those in favor, please show. Thank you. Down. Opposed? The resolution carries. That's it for this block. Thank you for your kind attention.
How about all that debate? So we've got something very exciting coming up. I just wanted to point to one of the resolutions, of course, more supports for youth. How incredible is that? Let's go. Because ultimately, when the question is, are you old enough to be involved in politics? The answer is yes, because you're old enough to lose your friends to addictions. You're old enough to live paycheck to paycheck to make ends meet, but to only have your employer get rid of your position. And you are old enough for conservatives across this country and across the world to make people who are younger than you public enemy number one. And so, yes, you are old enough. And there is someone that is part of the team that I'm going to be introducing soon that told me that I was old enough actually last time that I was here at RBC Convention Center with him. His name's Matt Green. He came up to me and said, so De La Cruz 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and I said, okay, that's enough, that's enough. And he was right. And so we need so many more folks like them, but today we are going to be honoring the former caucus. We've made such a big impact across the country with all of your hard work, former caucus. Here they are right now. Your dedication to the cause and the fire that you all had to fight for what is right. So please, without further ado, turn your attention to the screens for this video.
When we look back on the New Democrats elected to form our caucus in the 44th Parliament, what stands out is our shared sense of purpose. Choisis par leur communauté pour défendre leurs intérêts et lutter pour un avenir meilleur, ils ont pris cette responsabilité très à cœur. And it united them around a common goal, to make life better for working people.
What I find inspiring about the NDP is that I find that they are brave. I think they actually go out and do what they're saying that they're gonna do. You know, I've ended up in marches with Alexandre Boulris. Like, I love the fact that they're actually on the ground doing what they said they were gonna do. It's a very welcome change to have politicians actually follow through. The NDP is always there, and I love the fact that they're actually in touch with their constituent.
There are so many things we would not have as Canadians today if it weren't for New Democrats. Medicare being first and foremost amongst them. But just in these last few years, look what New Democrats have accomplished for Canadians. A dental care program, a pharmacare program, and strong advocates for childcare.
We had a group of people that were looking after people.
This last session of the NDP and what that looks like will really be remembered by anti-scab legislation, dental care. It'll be really remembered by pushing the childcare. It'll be about expanding so that we can have pharmacare.
The dental plan that came in largely because of the NDP's leadership was a game changer, and we need to see more progressive policies like that.
I have a picture of me with teeth. So I'd love to have that smile back. Well, my message is this is a wonderful service that he's providing, and everybody out there should be applauding him, because I do.
Je peux te répondre que ce que je suis fière présentement comme politicienne, que je regarde les années, ce qui s'est passé, je suis très fière que finalement, le NPD a réussi à passer une loi anti-scab. C'est très important pour les gens, c'est très important pour le mouvement syndical d'où je viens. Et donc, le NPD a réussi à faire ça, et bravo.
During the last federal election, I was busy door knocking, and I walked up to this door. I knocked on the door, the woman answered. I was telling her all of the important things that our NDP MPs have done in this last session of Parliament. And I said, you know, we have a dental plan now for seniors. And she goes, yes, I know. And she said, that is so important, and let me tell you why. I'm a retired long-term care worker. And more than once in my workplace, my co-workers and I put money together so that we could pay for dental care for a senior living in a long-term care home because they had no more funds to actually access that dental care. And so that is a life-changing difference of making sure that people can live with respect and dignity. And that was brought to us by Jagmeet and those NDP MPs.
Thank you. Like, you guys rock. Like, that was an amazing time. And Canadians for generations, my kids, and maybe one day grandkids will benefit from that work. And I know it wasn't easy.
The fact that we now, for the first time in our country's history, are going to have people accessing dental care who could not afford it. We're going to have, people like that family that I talked about accessing diabetes medication and having, not having to worry about whether or not they can afford it, not having to choose between putting food on the table, paying rent, and accessing life-saving medication. This is a historic, huge step forward for our country.
Au fil des années qui ont suivi, ces engagements sont traduits par des résultats concrets. What this caucus accomplished will be felt for years to come. Un groupe, uni par des valeurs communes, travaillant ensemble pour obtenir des résultats concrets pour les Canadiens, and making a real difference in people's lives.
Please give a warm welcome to your NDP caucus from the 44th Parliament.
rebonjour. Voici le dernier bloc pour aujourd'hui. C'est la section, donnez-moi une petite seconde, section numéro 3, investir dans un Canada où personne n'est laissé pour compte. Alors maintenant, vous savez comment ça fonctionne. On va essayer de notre meilleur d'aborder le plus grand nombre de résolutions possibles. Alors, je passe la parole pour commencer la lecture de la première résolution. Yeah. Block 3. Yeah.
La résolution 030101, logement accessible et abordable. Il est résolu que le nouveau Parti démocratique du Canada s'engage à mettre en place un programme permanent de logement public fédéral visant à construire 4,5 millions de logements hors marché abordables, accessibles et éco-énergétiques sur 10 ans afin d'atteindre 20% des logements hors marché. Élargissent, financent et préservent les logements coopératifs et sans but lucratif, mettent fin à la spéculation immobilière et au traitement fiscal préférentiel des fiducies de placement immobilier, FPI, et renforcent les droits de locataires à l'échelle nationale. Intégrer le logement à la justice climatique, assure un financement stable pour le logement destiné aux Autochtones et géré par les Autochtones, tant dans les réserves qu'à l'extérieur de celles-ci.
Merci. On commence le débat au microphone numéro 1.
Thank you. Stacey Lucas, Secretary Treasurer, QP Newfoundland and Labrador. The federal track record on housing makes it clear Liberal and Conservative governments have one thing in common. They don't see housing as a right. But that's exactly what it is under international law. As New Democrats, we recognize that fact. We also know privatization and private markets can't deliver housing or anything else that's a public service and a human right. Decades of failed Liberal and Conservative housing policies have left workers with a housing crisis. Workers can't find affordable housing near their jobs, and communities can't house the workers they need. Folks from equity-deserving groups, including Black and racialized workers, migrant workers, and workers with disabilities, are particularly at risk of housing insecurity. Profit-driven investors are buying up rental housing across the country. These real estate investment trusts, pension funds, and other corporations are jacking up rents and violating tenants' rights. At the same time, we're losing more affordable housing than we're building. Only 4% of housing in Canada is public, nonprofit, and co-op housing. We can and we must do better. But the Liberals are determined to do worse. Their national housing strategy hands most of the public funds to profit-driven developers. And they won't tackle the giant corporations profiting from people's housing. Talk about letting the fox guard the henhouse. We need to build a progressive plan for housing, and the NDP should lead the way. We need to build social housing at scale, housing that isn't subject to the whims of corporate investors, housing that remains affordable forever. We need to clamp down on huge real estate investors. We need to protect renters from massive rent hikes and unfair evictions. Housing is a human right. Let's pass this plan, and then let's get to work to push the Liberals to adopt it, so that everyone living in Canada has a safe and affordable place to call home.
Thank you, delegate. Microphone 3, microphone numéro 3.
Yes, my name is Tom Baker, he, him, and senior. I didn't see a card for senior, but here I am. I'm from Hamilton Centre. I'm supportive of the intent of this resolution, but I fear that it lacks in specificity and analysis, and also potentially legal authority. So I want to speak to that. First of all, we need to deal with the fact that the greed of the corporate rulers of our society has created a severe housing crisis by turning the need for adequate housing into a vehicle for massive financial exploitation, condemning tens of thousands of Canadians to homelessness and forced millions more to pay rent far beyond their means. So if we're going to change this, first of all, we need legal authority. This resolution does not speak to what would have to happen is a declaration of a housing emergency by the federal government. That's the only way that the federal government can really play a big role in reversing this situation. And secondly, we need to deal with one of the major contributors of this, and that's the corporate landlords. We need to remove them from the rental market. Convert all the existing real estate investment trust properties into housing cooperatives, with existing tenants guaranteed the right of first refusal. So that's basically what I feel we need to do, is declaring a housing crisis emergency and then begin the process of using that federal authority to turn this situation around.
Merci. On continue au microphone numéro 4.
Il y a une crise de logement dans ce pays et c'est une crise produite par le marché. The crisis of housing in this country is market failure. This is not a problem of supply and demand. It is a problem of a market failing. And it's a failure of decades of liberal and conservative policy, which has utterly failed to build the housing that Canadians need. And housing, as the other speakers have said, has become an investment and not a place to call home. This is a quintessentially New Democratic motion because it connects the dots. What is the solution to a crisis created by the market? It is a public developer hiring public construction companies to build public housing, cooperative housing, nonprofit housing, supportive housing, all the housing that we need in Canada today. This resolution rocks because it connects the dots with a By Indigenous, for Indigenous housing program, because First Nations are suffering first and worst from the crisis of housing in this country. And it connects the dots with a climate emergency as well. Just this week, in response to war in Iran, the UK government brought in new rules requiring solar panels in heat pumps in all new houses built in the UK. Why aren't we doing that in Canada? I'm not going to use all my time. I just want to say this is a public solution. We need a public option for housing. Only the NDP can put forward this kind of resolution. Let's support it. Thank you.
Merci. Microphone numéro 2.
Jamie Moss from the riding of the future Premier of Nova Scotia, Claudia Chender, Dartmouth Cole Harbour. And I want to speak to this resolution because I do think there is something missing from this resolution. The challenge that we have right now is that people and landlords have done a horrible job of evicting people in the process and reno-evicting people from the process of being in affordable housing as it stands. This is missing this part in the resolution. I'm not moving a motion, but I wanted to raise that point as a thing to think about and encourage that that a future resolution be written to ensure that we have a rent cap, guaranteeing that people that are in the affordable housing opportunity stay in that unit, have the opportunity to have affordable rents at the federal level and also at the provincial levels. Thank you.
Merci. On continue au microphone numéro 1.
Bonjour mes amis, je m'appelle Alexa Gilmore, je suis la députée pour Parkdale High Park et my pronouns are she, her and elle. I want to speak in favor of this resolution. Before I was an MPP, I still am a United Church minister, and the work that I did was situated with people who are living across the street from the park in an encampment. And we used to say to people, if you could give people a cure that would double their life expectancy, well, we would know that the government would invest in that. Well, this is a cure. We know that people who are living on the streets, when you are a woman living on the streets, your average age of death is 36 years of age. When you are a man living on the street, it's 43 years. When you give people housing, it doubles life expectancy. This is something we should be investing in. This is not something we leave the private sector for. This is something that the public sector should be investing in. And when I come to this microphone, I come with the people that I have lost. And there's one in particular, a man named Nelson. Nelson lived in Parkdale High Park. He had a 2-bedroom apartment. And he had a job, but it was not a job with benefits. It was not a job with the union. And when he got injured, he lost his job. He lost his housing. Then he lived in his car before he moved into a shelter. And 13 months after this tragedy, he lost his life to depression. And the very last act of care I did for Nelson was to assist his 11-year-old son in picking the teddy bear that would go in his coffin. Friends, it is time that we do not lose any more of our loved ones to the housing crisis. This resolution and the resolutions coming up, we need to vote in favor of it. We need to end the crisis of homelessness. Thank you.
Merci. On continue au microphone numéro 3. Mic 3.
Hello. Justin Abbott, Get All in the St. Paul representative. I am against this. I'd like to say I lived on the streets of Winnipeg for 2 years. I know what it is to not have housing, but it also, I've seen it, and nowhere is, we have foreign international people buying properties and not even having, not even being here in the country to make sure that, you know, things are getting fixed, things are okay, to monitor their property, that it's just a for-profit kind of thing, and the money leaves Canada, goes out, never comes back. With this, where accessible and affordable housing should be Canadian companies, Canadian unions, Canadian people helping to make sure that this is done, not internationally, but us alone in this country. We've forgotten how to be Canadian. We've forgotten how to be who we are, to become independent. We fight for freedom and we fight for to end homelessness. But the thing is it's constantly overlooked. Or, hey, it helps the economy, right? Let's make sure that affordable and accessible housing is so that the people here in Canada have made sure that it's not an international thing, that we as Canadians and as the NDP party make sure we take care of our own.
Thank you. I'm going to go to microphone 4, and then I will test the floor, see if we're ready to move to the vote. Go ahead at microphone 4.
Thank you very much. Akua Frempong, pronouns she, her, from the Mississaugas of Scugog Island, now known as Whitby, Ontario, and proud member of the Ontario Provincial Executive. I would like to thank the EDAs for putting this resolution forward and would like to provide further context. So the 4.5 million deeply affordable, accessible, non-market homes will be able to fill the gap in meeting that 20% target. Currently, the total stock in all of Canada for non-market housing is 3%. In order for us to get out of of homelessness within the next 5 years, we have to build 50,000 non-market units within the next 5 years. It is estimated currently that over 500,000 people across this country are experiencing homelessness, the majority of which are people who identify as Indigenous. We are on stolen Indigenous land, and the majority of people who are experiencing homelessness in this country are lands in which we are inhabiting. It is a disgrace. Currently, in Ontario, we have a trash government that is about to use $1.3 billion of our public funds to line the pockets of his developer friends who have not been able to sell condos under the guise that they will allow for some of these condos to become non-market. We know that is a lie. This resolution also allows for the federal government, hopefully, when NDP forms government, to work directly with municipalities on the Housing Accelerator Fund. The Housing Accelerator Fund allows municipalities to include things like inclusionary zoning, as well as build non-market housing quicker than going through the province. We know that there are multiple provinces across this country that have been siphoning funds that could be going towards affordable housing today, siphoning education, siphoning our healthcare system, and we can go on. In addition, I would like to note that affordable housing is just for everyone and not only people who are workers. The people who impact from affordable housing the most are people who are not working. We just had a resolution that was passed in regards to what it means, the NDP having a preamble for working people. We need to justly define what that means. There is no current definition in our Constitution or our policy book that defines what the working class is. If we are so confident in us as a party that we are the party for working class people, I want my disabled dad who's elderly to be included in that conversation. I want my neighbors who are on the streets fighting homelessness because they can't have jobs and they don't have social determinants of health, the number one being income to support them. We are not just the party of working class people. We are the party of social justice, and that includes everyone. Thank you.
Merci. Alors, est-ce qu'on est prêt à passer au vote? Oui? Il n'y a personne qui attend pour se prononcer. On va passer directement au vote sur cette résolution 03-01-01. D'accord? Tous ceux en faveur, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Merci. La résolution est adoptée. Nous passons à la prochaine résolution.
Resolution 03-02-08, Investing in Canada where no one is left behind. Be it resolved that the New Democratic Party, as the party that created Medicare, work with health coalitions and like-minded Canadians to alert the public to the threat posed by American-style for-profit expansion within Canada's single-payer healthcare system, and be it further resolved that the NDP demand the Government of Canada uphold and enforce the Canada Health Act, using all available federal measures to stop provincial or territorial violations, and be it further resolved that the NDP reaffirm its commitment to fully accessible, publicly delivered health care that remains free of financial barriers for all.
Merci. Alors, on commence au microphone numéro 4. Ah, un point de privilège? Microphone numéro 1, s'il vous plaît.
Carlos Sosa, Winnipeg Center. I just wanted to raise a point of privilege here. There doesn't seem to be a roving accessible mic around here. I know that there's an individual in this aisle right here that wants to speak to the motion, and there should be there doesn't seem to be a roving mic around. Could we get a roving mic to the front here? Thank you.
Thank you. I know there are volunteers with the roving mic. Can you make yourselves known and come to the front? But were they waiting to speak now, delegate? Up to this motion? Okay, well then let's go ahead with that. Since you have the mic in your hand, could you pass it on? Yeah, let's do that now, and then I'll get back to you.
Okay, am I speaking right now?
Yes.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Melissa Graham. I'm from Winnipeg Centre. My pronouns are she, her, elle. I'd like to speak to the motion. As a person with a disability particularly, this issue impacts my community. I've seen lack of access to affordable health care greatly impact people's lives. I believe it's a motion we should be supporting. It's something that's actually not only led to people's quality of life, but actually led to people choosing the end of their lives due to the lack of affordable health care in this country. And it's something that also impacted children's ability to access proper healthcare needs and access school supports because they can't get proper assessments. We've seen the healthcare access in this country slowly slipping away, and it's time to fight back for it again. So, with that, I'd like to support this motion.
Thank you, and thank you, Delegate, for your assistance, and we're trying to track down the roving mic. I will go to microphone 4, because I skipped you to make space.
Hello, my name is Katie Aurora. I am a delegate from Lethbridge, Alberta, and right now in Alberta, Daniel Smith and the UCP are doing everything that they can to roll back our public health care system. They are making way for private health insurance companies in the U.S. to come into the country, and to be clear, if they're able to get a foothold in Alberta, our current legal system would allow them to then proliferate across the rest of the country, threatening health care for all of us. Right now, the federal government has within its power the ability to shut this shit down. They can enforce the Canada Health Act and ensure that all of us have access to health care. And beyond that, I do want to take a moment to recognize that when we're talking about health care, we should be talking about everything to do with our bodies. It's eye care, it is dental care, it is everything that the NDP has been fighting to include as our public, in our public health care. And it is also gender-affirming care. I am non-binary, I am trans. Right now, it's truly worrying just what the UCP is doing. I mean, they introduced 3 new laws specifically targeting trans people. And interestingly, I am one of the extraordinarily few trans people in athletics in Alberta who is affected by their ban on trans people playing in sports. And sorry, I'm getting a little off topic, but to bring it back on topic, when we're talking about healthcare, we need to be talking about everything to do with our bodies, and we need to ensure that it is publicly funded, it is free now, and it is free forever. Thank you.
Merci. Microphone numéro 2.
Talal Wolf, representing University of Waterloo Young New Democrats. Having seen nobody on the con mics, I would like to call the question.
Le vote a été demandé. Est-ce qu'il y a un appuyeur? Oui. Alors, nous passons au vote sur la question de mettre fin au débat. OK? Alors, ceux et celles qui veulent mettre fin au débat, en faveur, levez vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? La motion est adoptée, donc nous passerons directement au vote. J'ai demandé d'avoir le sous-titrage, comme ça je peux suivre et savoir si on est sur la même longueur d'onde. Voilà. Alors, on est prêt à passer au vote. Tous ceux et celles en faveur, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Merci. La résolution est adoptée. La prochaine résolution, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Résolution numéro 03-0306, créer des emplois pour les jeunes. Il est résolu que le gouvernement MPD lance un programme de placement en milieu de travail communautaire de l'année longue, offrant une expérience pratique renumérée et garantie aux jeunes Canadiennes dans les secteurs à besoins élevés. Veille à ce que le placement soit rémunéré au salaire vital local et reflète le travail essentiel dans nos communautés dépendantes. Mettre en œuvre ce programme en partenariat avec des municipalités, les gouvernements autochtones, les conseils de travail et les organismes communautaires, avec un financement dédié aux régions rurales, éloignées et nordiques. Garantisse 18 mois de soutien à la transition après le placement vers la carrière permanente, bien rémunérée et syndiquée, en mettant en relation les apprentis avec des travailleurs expérimentés pour bâtir une stabilité à long terme.
Merci. Alors, nous commençons au microphone numéro 4.
Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Heather McPherson. Je suis la députée pour Edmonton-Strathcona. I am so proud to be standing here with so many incredible New Democrats today to be pushing for a resolution that will help with the crisis we are seeing across this country, where young people in this country are being asked to bear the economic burden that they should not be having to bear. You know, right now in this country we have a crisis where young people can't find jobs. We should have free post-secondary education in this country. And more than that, we should be expanding our post-secondary, free post-secondary for universities, for colleges, and for those that want to go into the trades, for apprenticeship programs. You know, we need to have year-round job placements for young people so that they can get a job, they can get the experience that they need to have a future, to build a future in this country. And you know what? Let's tie it to mentorship. Let's tie it to a mentorship program so that young people are able to work in the trades, in the care economy, in the green economy, in the futures economy of this country. And then they get the support they need to be successful. You know, that's a future that we should be building. That's the future New Democrats believe in. So I hope we can count on your support. I hope we can count on everyone in this room's support for this resolution. Thank you very much.
Microphone numéro 3.
Thank you. My name is Mace Matthew. I'm a delegate from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. I'm a young Canadian, and I am the English Communications Director-elect for Canada's Young New Democrats. I agree with everything that Heather has just said, but this resolution doesn't go far enough. What it doesn't talk about is how to take young Canadians who are already employed in precarious situations and bring them into good jobs. But not only that, how to bring democracy into workplaces that aren't going to be part of this program. What we're facing right now is not only a crisis for young Canadians who are seeking jobs, but a crisis in a lack of understanding and communication from our provincial and federal governments on labor rights and how young people can organize in their workplaces. If we're going to talk about investing in Canada where no one is left behind, we can't forget about young people who are currently employed but are in precarious working conditions. Therefore, I agree with this resolution in principle, but it should be expanded to include young Canadians that are working overtime without pay, young Canadians that are confused whether or not they qualify for paid sick leave because the government's not clarifying information in language that is accessible to them, and we need to actually put this in writing. So I agree with Heather. But I disagree with the fact that what Heather's talking about is in the text of this resolution. This resolution just doesn't go far enough. Thank you.
Merci. On continue au microphone numéro 1.
Merci beaucoup. Moi, je suis Mathieu Sévigny et j'avais l'honneur d'être le candidat pour Trois-Rivières lors des dernières élections fédéraux. My name is Matthew Sévigny. I'm 20 years old and I was the candidate for Trois-Rivières in the past election. Je vais vous dire une chose. Les jeunes, on est tannés d'à chaque jour checker LinkedIn et Indeed pour un emploi au salaire minimum. On est tannés de ne pas avoir les moyens à vivre. Mon loyer, c'est 1 900 $ par mois. Mes assurances auto, 200 $ par mois. J'ai pas le moyen à vivre parce que je suis un étudiant sous-employé. I don't have the means to live. I am an underemployed student. The reason why I joined this party in the first place, at 14 years old, as a queer kid living in Alberta at the time, is because New Democrats showed that we actually give a damn about youth. And not just for the social issues, which are extremely important, but economically as well. We know we need to build a new green economy to bring us into the 21st century. But that has to include youth and all workers from 14 to retirement age. This resolution helps people like me, underemployed students, helps folks like those behind me. And I encourage all delegates, tout le monde ici, show you give a damn. Montrez que vous voulez prendre soin des jeunes comme moi et ceux et celles juste en dernier mois. Ça, c'est qu'est-ce que ça dit. Ça vaut d'être un nouveau démocrate. That's what it means to be a new Democrat. Being a new Democrat means giving a damn, and that means ensuring good paying, living wage, unionized jobs for every single young person that wants one from coast to coast to coast. Merci.
Merci. On continue au microphone numéro 2.
My name is Parker Mazal. I represent Vancouver Centre, and I would like to call the question.
Alors, le vote a été demandé. Est-ce qu'il y a un appuyeur? Oui. OK. Tous ceux et celles en faveur de mettre fin au débat, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? OK. Alors, nous passons directement au vote sur la résolution 03-06, créer des emplois pour les jeunes. J'attends l'interprétation. Tous ceux et celles en faveur, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Sorry, I know it's slower. I'm going to try it in English because only a few people voted. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Opposed? La résolution est adoptée. So, yeah. Okay, so here, because you're following on the captioning, they have to listen for the interpreters and then do the captioning. There's a little bit of a delay, so let's just all remember this. En faveur, what does that mean? All right, contre? All right, so we don't need to wait. When I say en faveur, you know what you're doing. Contre, you know what you're doing. We'll try to move a little faster. All right, prochaine résolution.
Resolution 030409.
Sorry, I'm just going to stop you for a second. Can we keep it quiet while we're reading the resolution? Some folks are really relying on the reading of the resolution to follow what we are doing. So that's not the time to chit-chat. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Resolution 030409. End homelessness. Be it resolved that an NDP government will end the dismantling of encampments on federal lands, partnering with local authorities to transition residents into permanent housing, restore interim housing assistance program funding to ensure refugee claimants access essential housing and services, establish a homelessness prevention fund providing emergency rent relief for those at risk of immediate displacement, expand housing first initiatives, prioritizing permanent supportive housing with integrated mental health, addictions, and employment services, and guarantee permanent housing for those with chronic support needs by mandating health and social service conditions in federal provincial housing agreements.
OK, on commence au microphone numéro 4.
Thank you. My name is Kate Moyer. I'm from Kings Hants in Nova Scotia. Thank you. His name is Billy, and I want you to remember that. His name is Billy. He was one of the top motocross athletes in Nova Scotia. He loved cars and people and cats. And on November 24th, 2024, on the eve of our provincial election, he died, frozen to death by himself outside of his tent. Billy had been on a list for 3 years for addictions treatment. He had an apartment waiting for him, fully furnished. He was supposed to move in 5 days. It was a new start. He was so excited. But the system, our system, failed him, and he died alone, a victim of being unhoused. He did not die from addiction. He died because he was living outside. This resolution is so important. No one deserves to die alone outside. No one deserves to live in a tent waiting years for treatment. We need legislation that ensures everyone has a roof over their head and a warm place to sleep. My province just cut funding for our warming centers, which means 50 people in my community are sleeping outside tonight. The NDP needs to demand that everyone have a warm place to go with appropriate mental health and addictions treatment. So please support this.
Merci. Microphone numéro 3.
Hans Modlik, Beaches, East York.
Mic 3, please.
Is the microphone on? Yes, okay. Hans Modlik is my name. I'm proudly representing Beaches, East York, which has half of its voters as tenants. 1 in 5 Canadians is one paycheck away. 1 in 5 Canadian tenants is one paycheck away from homelessness. That is unsupportable in any country, let alone one of the richest in the world. Our distribution of wealth is so harsh, it matches our climate. And one of the things we should do is we should ban evictions in winter. People should not be thrown out in the street when they have no place to go. We should stop the illusion that we cannot solve the housing crisis now. We can do so by forcing rent controls with teeth, not rent controls that have already jacked up the rents by as much as a factor of 2, while our wages have risen maybe by a factor of 1.5, and the landlords have enjoyed the increase of the value of their properties by at least a factor of 3 in the last 10 years. That is why we have such an unequal wealth distribution in this country. Rent control can be a federal matter, not just a provincial matter, because the feds have something called the Central Mortgage and Housing Corporation. And with that leverage, we can induce the provinces to enact rent control with teeth. Rent control with teeth and with the statistics to enable the rolling back of some of the voracious rent increases that landlords have been getting away with under the loophole that's called vacancy decontrol in Ontario. Only 2 provinces have vacancy decontrol in this country. In other words, the vacancy should be, the rent should be controlled based on the housing unit, not on the tenancy. In other words, when a unit becomes vacant, the landlord should not be given a license to increase the rent. The sky's the limit. And those exorbitant rent increases should really be rolled back based on statistics that the federal government has.
So we'll go to microphone 1.
Hello, thank you. My name is Peter Cohen. I'm from Oshawa, Ontario, and I want to talk about what our mayor, our city, has decided to do. They have not decided to help people, to uplift them out of homelessness, or to support them while they're on the streets. They have made it a bylaw violation to feed and clothe homeless people. You can still, there are soup kitchens that are able to do it within their own buildings, but that forces all of these nonprofits to move inside or move elsewhere. What we've done to respond to this, me and a bunch of friends, like 5 people maybe, is we start a distribution, a mobile distribution similar to Food Not Bombs. We cook meals once a week, we hand out hand warmers, we hand out warming supplies, and we try to give out harm reduction supplies when we can. This might be slight self-promo. We're always looking for more support. We're looking for funds to potentially fight a future $1,000 ticket. We're looking for supplies if you're in the Durham region or Toronto area. We're looking for organizing support. So you can find me later. I'm over near the youth area. But I also directly speaking to the motion, in the preamble, it ends off with housing if they want it. That is key, and I really want people to understand what displacement does. Even if it's into a shelter, it's still traumatic, it's hugely disruptive, it can cut people off from the supports that they need to survive. Toronto, what they do when clearing encampments is they kick people out of the homeless shelter to make room for the people from the encampments, which is awful. One thing that I noticed as well about the this motion is that it has the stuff to prevent people from becoming homeless. It has the stuff to help people get into stable housing and stay there. It misses the stuff in between. So I guess my suggestion, I implore people to pick up some bags, pick up some supplies, help your homeless neighbors. We need hand warmers and warm supplies in the winter, tarps and dry socks in the spring, and we need shade providers like umbrellas and hydration drinks like coconut water in the summer. This is going to be more and more vital, especially as more of us feel the impacts of climate change more frequently, as people lose jobs, as capitalism tramples over people's lives. This is going to be key. This homelessness prevention strategy, but also homelessness support. So I urge you with your local, your friends, your EDA to go out there, support your homeless neighbors. Thank you.
Merci. So I'll entertain one more speaker, and then we'll go to the vote so we can try to hit a couple more resolutions. Go ahead, microphone 2.
Hi there, my name is Brady Kapachuk, pronouns he, him, and I come from Saskatoon South, Paris of the Prairies. And I'm just speaking because I 100% support this policy, but I don't think it goes far enough. This last fall, I had the opportunity to be involved in Saskatoon's point-in-time count, where we went out into the community, engaged with unhoused individuals, asked about their personal histories and potentially what circumstances might have exacerbated their situations. And one thing that kept coming up in Saskatchewan in particular is that the government of Saskatchewan, prior it would handle the financial transactions between the individuals and private organizations. But what they changed is they now left that up to the individuals. And whether due to executive dysfunction, disability, or the individuals going, I need a stocked fridge right now, first and foremost, though a lot of those financial transactions were not happening, leading to more people on the streets. So what I think this amendment and this motion needs is we also need to expand ministries of social services and create teams that specifically advocate on behalf of people in riskier situations to make sure people aren't falling through the cracks, that private organizations aren't using every loophole they can to kick people out. So I think we need to create an administrative body that is focused on supporting people, unhoused individuals, and making sure that they're being advocated for the best possible. So I think it's not necessarily just resource allocation, it's also people power allocation and skill allocation. So that's just my point. So.
OK, merci beaucoup. Alors, tel que mentionné, on va passer au vote directement sur la résolution pour qu'on puisse discuter de au moins une ou deux autres résolutions. Alors, on est prêt pour le vote? On sait suivre en français? Tous ceux et celles en faveur, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Merci. Alors, la résolution est adoptée et nous passons à la prochaine résolution.
La résolution 03-05-32, expansion publique les services de garde d'enfants. Attendu que, dans le cadre du programme d'apprentissage, il est résolu que le MPD exigerait des provinces qu'elles utilisent les fonds du programme Canada Large Early Learning and Childcare, CWELCC, pour les services de garde d'enfants publics et à but non lucratif. Il est autre résolu que le MPD plafonne l'expansion des services de garde privés à but lucratif. Il est en outre résolu que le MPD augmente considérablement le financement fédéral afin d'entendre les services de garde publics. Et il est en outre résolu que le MPD finance les services de garde publics avant et après l'école.
Thank you so much. I'm Candace Rennick from the Canadian Union of Public Employees. And my friends, for decades, New Democrats have proudly fought alongside feminists and workers and parents to win a national childcare program in this country. And our relentless efforts have brought about the promise for a $10 a day childcare program and the largest ever federal investment in childcare that our country has ever seen. But now, that program is under threat. Federal spending falls far short of what's needed, and as a result, hundreds of thousands of families can't get access to programs. Qualified workers are being forced out of the sector by low wages, by impossible working conditions, and by the failure of the federal government to deliver a comprehensive program to raise compensation levels. And on top of all of that, the federal government has allowed provincial governments to significantly expand for-profit childcare in direct contravention of federal legislation. And that means, I know I don't have to tell you this, but that means more public funding going into the pockets of childcare profiteers. It means more educators are being paid minimal wages. It means more children are being cared for in lower quality programs. My friends, Canada needs a strong national childcare program that puts children first, that responds to the needs of working people. And this party, our party, must reclaim childcare as our issue. Yes. Our party must advance a bold program to expand and strengthen the $10 a day program. We must make this central to our economic program for this country, because workers, especially mothers with young children, can't work without childcare. Right here in this province, we know after the introduction of this program, working women in Winnipeg, in Manitoba, went back into the workforce at a rate of 8%, an increase of 8%, so we know that this works. And I have to say, it can't just be any childcare. It has to be publicly funded, publicly delivered childcare. My friends, we need childcare in every school. We need more childcare operated by municipalities. We need it in our hospitals, in our colleges, and our universities. It is a public good. It is not a market commodity. New Democrats can and must show that we are the real champions of childcare. So let's do it by joining with childcare advocates and demanding better. Let's organize in every single community alongside with others for our children, like Sophia right here, for childcare workers, for parents, for our economy, and indeed for this country. Let's organize together for high quality, low fee, inclusive, public, and not for profit childcare in this country. Thank you so much.
Merci. On continue au microphone numéro 2.
Hello, Talal Wolf, he, him, ill, representing University of Waterloo Young New Democrats. I would like to call the question.
Is there a seconder? Okay. We'll go to the vote on whether or not to end debate. All those in favor of calling the question, please indicate. Thank you. Opposed? It's carried. Sophia was against it. She wanted to say something. Go ahead, Sophia. Okay, we'll go right to the vote on 030532, public expansion of childcare. All those in favor of the resolution, please indicate. Thank you. Opposed? Thank you. I think that may, oh, there was one, never mind. I was going to say it was unanimous, but not quite. Okay. Is there a point before we continue? On microphone 3, is that a point of order?
We were just...
Could we have mic 3 on, please?
We were just pointing out there were people for the con, and especially equity-seeking groups.
Sorry, could you say that again?
There were people at the con, especially equity-seeking individuals.
Yeah. The question was called, and the floor decides. I do try to alternate if you're following my system. Okay. Next resolution, please. Priority number 6.
Resolution 030636, rejecting cuts to the public service. Be it resolved that the NDP reject this approach to fiscal policy and instead call on the government to make investments in programs and services for Canadians. Be it resolved that the NDP stand in solidarity with federal workers who are facing or have lost their jobs because of this liberal approach.
OK, cette fois-ci, on commence au micro numéro 4.
Thank you. Krista Liberatore, Public Service Alliance of Canada. Thousands of workers across the federal public service have received workforce adjustment notices, putting critical services that we count on every day at risk. Just last month, 10,000 PSAC members received notices that their jobs could be at risk.
Shame.
The government is moving to cut a further 30,000 federal public service jobs over the next 3 years. These are services that Canadians rely on. Nearly 900 Health Canada workers received notices, including reductions at the health products and food branch that will weaken oversight of pharmaceutical drugs and health products on our shelves. Half of the staff at government operations centres received notices that their positions are at risk, reducing Canada's ability to monitor, respond, and coordinate our response to natural disasters and national emergencies. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is losing 20% of its workforce, which is significantly more than the 15% savings that Mark Carney was asking for in his comprehensive expenditure review. Shame. On top of years of understaffing, and this means fewer food safety inspectors and slower responses to foodborne illnesses, and we all know what happened when we reduced inspectors previously. It's not too long and not too far away from Brookfield, Alberta. Income support is also in jeopardy. At Employment and Social Development Canada, almost 1,800 members received their notices and 800 term positions have been eliminated. These workers issue old age security, social insurance numbers, they also handle passports and employment insurance checks every day. Public services aren't just a budget line, they're a lifeline for communities. And this approach that the government is taking is like burning down your house to save on the heating cost. The government is cutting first and explaining later, and they haven't said which programs or services will be affected or how communities will be impacted, leaving workers and the people who depend on them in the dark. For every dollar invested in a public service, the return is $1.28. And I can't think of a single corporation out there that wouldn't be ecstatic with that kind of a rate of return on investment. With all affected by these cuts, when you cut the jobs, you cut the services, and when you cut the services, you cut the community. This government needs to stop recycling old austerity measures and start investing in public services that people in this country rely on. Because let's be realistic, when the Liberals and the Conservatives talk austerity, what they're really talking about is corporate charity. So we need to oppose this approach, and we need
time. We'll move to microphone 3.
The last person must have been tall. Erin Elward, UFCW Local 401. I like this resolution, but, and again, I don't think it goes far enough. Unfortunately, I live in Alberta, who is under the rule of Danielle Smith, and the problem with her is even when we do get funding for services from the federal government, Danielle Smith withholds them. She's talking about getting a private police service. She, just for instance, AISH was raised $200 recently, and instead of letting the AISH people in Alberta get that money, the Alberta government pulled back $200 of theirs, told them they had no choice but to apply for the federal government, so they never got any type of raise. We're going to Alberta Next panels where they're supposedly be talking to the people, and literally when someone asked, are you going to denounce the actions of Trump because she's following his playbook, the person was told to fuck off by the moderator and the mic was turned off. This is the situation that we are in Alberta. She is attacking everything to do for the working class, and she is hiding everything that she's doing for the wealthy. So we also need protection from our provincial government in order to have the federal government even be able to help us. Thank you.
Merci. On continue au microphone numéro 1.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Suzanne Skidmore. I'm the Treasurer of the Federal New Democratic Party of Canada, and I'm also the President of the BC Federation of Labour. My pronouns are she and her. Delegates, let me ask you a question. How many people in this room have used a public service? Probably today even. Raise your hands. Every single one of you. You know why those public services exist? They exist because of workers. And right now, as the world gets more uncertain, we're hearing, again, that Mark Carney is going to continue planning on thousands and thousands of public sector cuts. Does anyone actually believe it'll be easier to get a passport with fewer workers in those offices? I don't. Right? Our oceans are going to be protected better with fewer scientists and inspectors doing that critical work. Do you think that's going to be better? I don't. Are railways going to be safer? Fewer people keeping an eye on transportation? Instead of strengthening public services so that they can respond to disruption and the support that people need the absolute most when it matters the most, we are seeing the opposite. Decisions that tie one hand behind our back, and the people who will pay the price are not just public sector workers, but they are the public. People who rely on these services every day. Communities rely on them. And at a time when we're told there's no money, while executives are pulling in salaries well over $250,000, now is not the time. Now is the time to actually be investing in these jobs. So let's be clear about what we're asking for. Support this resolution, stand up for public services, say no to cuts, and yes to good union jobs, and yes to services that actually work for all of us. Thank you.
Merci. On est rendu à la fin de ce bloc, donc je vais m'assurer qu'on puisse passer au vote. Il nous reste que 20 secondes. Alors, désolé, on passe directement au vote sur la résolution 03-06-36. On est prêt? Tous ceux et celles en faveur de la résolution, veuillez lever vos cartes, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Contre? Merci. La résolution est adoptée. I'm going to ask you to don't rush out. There's still a couple of announcements and a closing for today. So please stay tuned as we invite our MC back on the stage.
As we close on day one of the NDP convention, we would like to give a huge thank you to each of you for being here. What an amazing way to start this weekend, and we truly hope that you enjoyed today's events and speakers.
Absolument. Merci à tous et toutes pour cette merveilleuse première journée. J'ai hâte de voir ce que nous réserve le reste de la fin de semaine. But before you go, we want to make sure you know about everything happening this evening. Right after we wrapped up here, there will be regional caucuses meeting at 6:30, which you can find their location on the side screen there. Prairie Meeting Room 3, Atlantic Meeting Room 15, North Meeting Room 2, BC Meeting Room 4, Québec Rencontre Salle 1, Ontario in this room here. And tomorrow morning, we will have the PSAC FPC breakfast in the Panam Room and the Women Commission meeting in Meeting Room 1. And don't forget, we'll be starting day 2 of convention with our leadership showcase. Thank you all for this great first day. Merci beaucoup. À demain.
One half of my two oldest friends took a job till the summer's end. A wonder show in a pop-up tent, kicking dust in every small town. And out of work, in the end, a few hundred a week ain't that bad, my friend. Don't think he ever picked up a wrench in his whole damn life. Buzzing lights in the